Everybody sleeping?
Hello? Are you on? Yes. They can hear me. Did they take attendance yet? Does anyone know?
No, no attendance was taken yet.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you.
Okay. The chair's not even around.
Is the board chair connecting? You know her status?
See her. I don't see her, Steve.
That's why I asked, Maria.
So do we know who's running the meeting? Jerry, are you running the meeting?
I'm not a board member.
No, I mean, running doing the controls and stuff.
Yeah, we're in the office here. We have full staff in the office. I know the Alice is having some signing in issues. I had some sign-in issues myself. It was asking me to install Chrome, which
Yeah, it was asking me to install WebEx.
yeah, so just stand by.
All right.
Thank you. I mean, we do need a full quorum to be established so that we could close the April 13th board meeting. So we're waiting on that also.
Sure. It was just it was getting, people were kind of wondering, where is everybody, So.
Yeah, I believe you just have to join through the browser and not installing the app. Because of that, they ask you for an updated Chrome. But the city soon will give us Zoom, and so.
Oh, they will?
No, I'm joking.
Oh.
Ha ha.
Ha 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 ha. Sam said that would be fun for her too.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
I'm sorry, I was having some technical difficulty. Could we have the roll call, please?
Gina Argento,
Here.
Bogdan Bakarowski. Bogdan,
Yes, I am here.
thank you. Lisa Bamonte,
Here.
thank you. Gina Barros,
Here.
thank you. Tion Brooks,
Here.
Eric Brusitis, Eric, Tom Burrows,
Here.
thank you. Iris Cabrera,
Yeah.
thank you. Phil Caponegro. Phil Caponegro? No answer. Frank Carbone?
Here.
Frank Carbone?
Yes, here.
Thank you. Stephen Chesler?
Here.
Thank you. Michael Chirichella?
Here.
Thank you. Teresa Cinciata? Teresa Cinciata? Giovanni D'Amato?
Here.
Thank you. Aaron Drinkwater?
Here.
Thank you. Arthur Dubinowski? Arthur Dubinowski?
Here. Here.
Thank you. T. Willis Elkins?
Here.
Thank you. Julia Manda Foster? Chairperson Fuller?
Here.
Joel Goldstein? Joel Gross? Sonia Glacia?
Here.
Thank you. Moisha Indig?
Okay.
Moisha Indig? Bozena Kamensky?
Present.
Thank you. Avram Katz? Excuse me. William Klagsbold?
Here.
Thank you. Ryan Coonan?
Here.
Thank you. Yoel Landau? Yoel Landau? Marie Lianza?
Here.
Thank you. Abraham Leibovitz? Abraham Leibovitz? Yoel Lowe? Yoel Lowe? Trina McKeever?
Here.
Thank you. Sante Michelli?
I'm here.
Thank you. Toby Moskowitz? Toby Moskowitz? No answer. Martin Needleman?
Here.
Thank you. Rabbi Niederman? Rabbi Niederman? Karen Nieves? Karen Nieves? Mario Domerick? Mario Domerick?
Toby Moskowitz here. I'm sorry, I had trouble with the password.
Okay, thank you. Janice Peterson?
Here.
Thank you. Dana Racklin? Bella Sable? Bella Sable? Isaac Sofer? Robert Solano?
Presente.
James Stewart? James Stewart? Del Teague?
Here.
Thank you. Tommy Torres? Tommy Torres? William Vega?
William Vega here.
Thank you. Maria Vieira?
This will be until like 9 o'clock.
Maria Vieira? No answer. Stephen Weidberg?
Here.
Thank you. Simon Weiser?
Here. You hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Did you get me, Jerry? Eric Brusitis?
31, including Mr. Berzakis. We have a quorum.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry.
Good.
Can I get a motion to adjourn the April 13th meeting?
Solano makes motion to adjourn the April meeting.
I second it.
All in favor?
Yay.
Aye.
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 Against? Against? Abstentions? Motion carried. Good evening, everybody. We will begin our public session. We have an extensive agenda tonight, and I just want to let people know that speaking under public session, we have a lot of speakers, and you will only be allowed 1 minute to speak. So if you want to work on your speech now that you want to give, to condense it, to get your important points in, this will give you the opportunity to condense. Also, we're going to start out tonight on the B rule. For those of you who don't know what the B rule is, it's be brief, be bright, and be gone. Once again, we're starting out with the B rule. Be brief, be bright, and be gone. We do not want to lose our quorum. Thank you. First item on the agenda is 307 Kent Avenue rezoning.
Good evening. I'm Judy Gallant from Bryan Cave Leighton Paisner, the Land Use Counsel for 307 Kent Associates. Louis Silverman and Lily Blank, the owners of the property, will just briefly introduce themselves, and then I will come back and explain the land use application before you. Louis?
Okay, thank you.
The 15-minute clock has started.
Thank you, Jerry. Are they here?
He is present.
He's speaking, but I can't hear.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Now we can.
Yeah, now we can. Start from the beginning.
Sure. Sorry. Good evening. I'm Louis Silverman from 307 Kent Associates, one of the partners in 307 Kent Avenue. To give everyone some background, my family and I had operated a business on Kent Avenue since 1961. We have deep roots in Williamsburg. Today, we are still stakeholders in a few small local businesses in Williamsburg. I personally have been developing and operating real estate in Williamsburg and the boroughs for over 25 years. We have all watched the area grow and change over the years. We have seen fewer industrial businesses in the area and a steady growth of residential development. We plan to build an office building that will have small floor plates to accommodate smaller sized tenants' needs. We choose the M15 zoning because it can accommodate a light manufacturing user, retail and medical office space, which we believe will be an important amenity to the neighborhood. COVID certainly has and continues to change the world and the way business is done. Office space today is not extinct. It's truly reimagined today. This building will be an add to the community, enable people to walk and bike to work, and making it truly a live, work, play neighborhood. I'm now turning it over to my partner, Dr. Lily Blank.
Hi, I'm Lily Blank. As I'm a psychologist in my day job, and I'm a partner at 307 Kent. Like Louis, my roots are deep in the neighborhood. My dad ran a wholesale distributing business out of 307 Kent from the mid 60s till about the late 80s. And I spent a lot of time there. I worked for him summers and after school. I remember when the street smelled like beer from the Schaefer Brewery. When my dad was offered the opportunity to buy the building, he purchased it with Louis's father, who owned the trucking business. When my father retired and his business ended in the mid to late 80s, City Meals and Wheels was our tenant for many years. They were wonderful tenants. It was a really great arrangement. And they came to us, I don't know, like maybe 8 or so years ago to tell us that they weren't going to renew their lease. that they found that that kind of trucking business that my father had run and that they were running, trucks going up and down Kent Avenue, just was no longer working in the neighborhood. And at that time, Louis and I just started to talk about and realize that perhaps we needed to think about making, what was happening in the neighborhood, looking around, seeing the changes and how our space could be better utilized. So that's where we are now. And I'm going to turn it over to Judy to give the rest of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Lily. Can you allow me to share content so I can put up our slide deck? Okay, it worked. This is an application to rezone 307 Kent Avenue to facilitate the construction of a 9-story building that would accommodate office, retail, light manufacturing, and community facility uses. The rezoning area, as you can see on the right, is located on the western portion of the block bounded by Kent Avenue on the west, Wythe on the east, South 2nd on the north, and South 3rd on the south. This aerial photo shows the site, which is located at the corner of South 3rd and Kent. You can see it in yellow, and its surrounding context, the Domino buildings in Domino Park to the west, northwest and southwest, and the Williamsburg Bridge to the south, and Grand Ferry Park to the north. The site itself is a 14,425 square foot lot currently developed with a single-story building that's occupied by a warehouse and production event space. The application proposes to rezone the site from an M31 heavy industrial district to an M15 light industrial district because the neighborhood, as Lily was explaining, around the site, and as you all know, has changed from a manufacturing area to an increasingly mixed-use residential area, and the M3 district is no longer appropriate, as you can see from the following slides. You can see on the photo in the left, to the west of the site across Kent Avenue is the Domino Refinery Building, part of the 5-block Domino campus that was rezoned in 2010 from M31. The refinery building is being enlarged and converted to residential use. To the south, across South 3rd Street from the development site, is the Domino Upland Building over here, 325 Kent. It's a 15-story residential building with ground floor retail. Further south, not shown in the slides, is 350 Kent, which is the southernmost Domino building, and it will contain 422 dwelling units, commercial space, and parking. On the left, you can see in the distance a better view of 325 Kent, the 15-story residential building. Across Kent Avenue, 280 Kent will contain 680 dwelling units, new elementary school and parking, and further north, as you can see in this slide here, is 260 Kent, a mixed-use project with 2 towers containing 332 dwelling units, commercial space, and retail. And in total, Domino will contain almost 2,300 dwelling units and 480,000 square feet of commercial space, really transforming the area from a heavy manufacturing district to a truly mixed-use community. In addition to the residential buildings of Domino, there's also residential use on the project block, much of which is already mapped within an MX district that permits residential use. Shown here is the residential building adjacent to the site on South 3rd Street, which was built in 2003 pursuant to a BSA variance. This land use map shows the mixed-use nature of the neighborhood today, which continues to move away from its heavy manufacturing past. The prevalent red, yellow, and peach are commercial, residential, and mixed-use buildings, and the less prevalent is purple is the industrial use. The large purple area over here to the west is Domino, which of course is no longer in manufacturing use. This is a side-by-side comparison of the existing zoning on the left, the proposed zoning on the right. As you can see, the existing M3 district shown in peach over here is currently limited to portions of 3 blocks, South 3rd Street on the south, up to Grand Street on the north. The size of the M3 district has been reduced over time as a result of multiple rezonings, 2005 and 2011, both of which mapped MX zones on the eastern end of the block and over much of this area. So that today, the remnants of the M3 district, including the development site, 307 Kent, are entirely surrounded by districts that permit residential use as of right. The site's existing zoning, M3, is intended for heavy industrial uses that generate noise, traffic, or pollutants, and these districts are generally located at a distance from residential use. M3 permits an FAR of 2 for manufacturing and commercial uses. Community facility uses, with one exception, and residential uses are not permitted. This is a close-up of the rezoning area. It consists of 5 lots and 2 partial lots. The rezoning would map an M15 district over the western portion of the block, extending 120 feet from Kent Avenue, covering the development site, Lot 6, Lot 10, and very small portions of Lot 7501 and 7502. Those are the lots governed by the BSA variance. And it would include a 90-foot westward extension of the special mixed-use district that's already mapped on the eastern end of the block. This MX extension would include most of 7501 and 7502 and small slivers of lots 18 and 16 and 38. It would also establish a mandatory inclusionary housing area over the portion of the block that would be added to the MX district, which is required by city policy. The proposed M15 district is, as I said, a light manufacturing district, permits industrial uses that meet only strict performance standards, as well as office and retail uses and limited community facility uses such as medical office. The maximum FAR for commercial and manufacturing is 5, and the maximum for community facility is 6.5, with a total of 6.5 if community facility is provided. The maximum street wall height is 85 feet, after which the building has to step back 20 feet on a narrow street like Kent and South 3rd, 15 feet on a wide street, and then the building can rise under a sky exposure plane of 2.7 to 1. This is an illustrative rendering of a 9-story, approximately 6.5 FAR building that could be constructed under the proposed zoning. It would contain up to 93,000 square feet of floor area, consisting of 63,500 square feet of office and light industrial uses, up to 21,500 square feet of community facility, which would be medical office, and approximately 8,000 square feet of ground floor retail. The base would set back 5 feet at the property line on Kent to provide a sidewalk widening area for enhanced pedestrian circulation. It would then rise 5 stories, 85 feet above the street line, step back another 20 feet from Kent Avenue, 25 feet on South 3rd, with a total height of 151 feet. There would be an outdoor terrace at the 6th floor to be used by tenants for passive recreation. The building would have high ceilings to accommodate light industrial users. Only 12 bicycle parking spaces are required, but we are planning for 62, approximately 62. One loading berth would be located on South 3rd, accessed by a curb cut located 77 feet from the intersection with Kent. No accessory parking is required, and none would be provided. The M15 bulk would mediate between the Domino high-rise buildings to the west and south of the site and the lower buildings that adjoin the rezoning area to the east and the north. The height of the proposed building would be lower than several nearby buildings, including 325 Kent, 321 Wythe, and all of the Domino buildings on the waterfront. And it would be similar in height to the Esquire Shoe Polish Factory at 330 Wythe Avenue. This figure shows existing buildings in white and those that are approved or under construction in pink. The proposed building at 307 Kent is here in blue. Directly across Kent Avenue is the Domino Sugar Refinery building, which is currently 155 feet tall and would be enlarged to 200 feet. Across South 3rd Street is 325 Kent, 170 feet tall. Other buildings in the Domino campus would range from 365 to 530 feet. To the east, across Wythe Avenue, is 321 Wythe, which is right here. It's 210 feet tall. And then north of that is the Esquire Shoe Polish building at 147 feet tall. We believe that the proposed rezoning offers a number of benefits. First, it would bring office, community, facility, and retail uses that would support the surrounding residential development and be more consistent with residential use than the uses permitted by the existing M3 zoning. It would also require that any industrial uses meet high performance standards that would, again, be more consistent with the emerging mixed-use character of the area than the M3 districts would require. It would also result in uses that would activate the street, the proposed retail, enhancing the site's engagement with the surrounding area. And finally, it would bring jobs to the area that would enhance the local economy and provide opportunities for residents to work near where they live, as well as tax revenues. James Bright, the project manager, will wrap things up.
We can't hear you.
James, we can't hear you.
How about now? Better?
Yes.
So yeah, just use a quick minute here. In addition to people that are attending this hearing, several have submitted letters of support for the project. I'm not going to read the letters. I would like to just identify the individuals and involvement with the community. I submitted them for the record, the community board. So we have 4 letters in total. One is from Kate Davies, the owner of YoBK Yoga. One is from Zach Weiner, principal of Burano Restaurant. Mo Dar, which is the neighborhood. And the 4th is from Andrew Tarlow, owner of several businesses in Williamsburg. That should conclude our presentation. We appreciate the time and thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions? I don't see any hands raised. Are there any questions?
Yes, please, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Steve.
Thank you. At capacity, how many employees would work in the building?
I think that would depend on who the tenants end up being and how many employees they have.
Well, I figure for the environmental impact statement. That
Yes,
had to
for the
be
environmental impact statement, for the environmental impact statement, the number of workers was said to be 523, but that's assuming that both the proposed development site at 307 Kent and the lot to the north, which was a projected development site, but is not owned or controlled by the applicant. If both of those were developed to full potential, it would be 500. I think it was 520. It's both buildings. They didn't make a particular estimate for one building or the other, but it was total. It's about half and half.
Okay. And we got one of the, but also in terms of studying the impact on transportation in the neighborhood, specifically like the subways, like the L train. What kind of impact do you anticipate that will have on one of the most crowded train stations in the system?
Yeah. We of course had to look at that under secret. That is required, and there was no impact to the subways detected. AQRF is on the line and can get into this in more detail, but there were no impacts to the subway lines in terms of transit impacts.
Thank you. Rob Solano?
2 questions. One, this used to be formerly owned Villain, and then Vice took over the property. Is Vice still involved in this properties, and this is their plan? This is their plant headquarters? And then my second question is, what is one of the major differences in the usage that you can see that you're looking forward to by changing the rezoning? What kind of businesses you're willing to attract? Those are my 2 questions.
James or Louis, do you want to take those questions?
Sure. Yeah, Vice through Villain has previously and currently leases the building. The I think is a mix of tenants dependent on if there's retail use, office use, and it allows for light manufacturing and medical office. So it'll be a mix within each of those uses.
Okay. I saw Ryan's hand up. But Ryan, you still want to ask a question?
Yes, please.
Ryan Cooner?
Yeah. I was curious if there had ever been discussion of developing it as residential, just because looking at the map, it's surrounded by residential, and it feels like Williamsburg has a giant glut of office space right now. And so I was just curious because it feels like we need more waterfront affordable housing. That was if that was ever a plan.
we did discuss, there have been many discussions for going over many years with city planning and the council person and the developer. This is what we came to, you know, Domino is bringing 2,300 apartments. And the feeling was that adding to the local economy so that the area has jobs and people can live near where they work and not have to commute, you know, into Manhattan would be a valuable asset to the area.
Thank you. Are there any other questions on the board? Marie,
Okay, keep.
Leanza?
Yeah, it's me. I just wanted to, address the parking. You know what I mean? We have a problem with parking around the neighborhood now. Is there any type of parking that you're going to have to address that on parking?
Yeah, parking is not required in the M15 district, and there would be no parking provided. AKRF did study parking utilization in the area, and I'm going to summarize as a non-technical person, but the EIS found that the parking that is needed for the project could be absorbed. There's enough capacity in surrounding off-street parking facilities and on-street parking to absorb any parkers that would be needed. But AQRF could address that in more detail if you want a more detailed answer.
I don't think they know our neighborhood. There is have to be an address the idea of parking. We have no parking for the people that live in the neighborhood as it is. So I mean to say, you know.
I mean, one thing that is true that mitigates the issue, and I understand that you find parking to be difficult in your neighborhood, but this is because it's an office building, that there are different peak hours for when parkers associated with the proposed building would be looking for parking, and when parkers in your neighborhood are looking for parking. The idea being that residential parkers typically are looking for parking after work in the evening and then leave in the morning. And these workers, if they drive to work, but we're hoping they bike, and that's why we're providing so much bike parking. If they were to drive to work, they would be looking for parking in the morning when the residential parkers are gone from their spaces. So it's kind of, it works together because it's at different hours, different peak hours for the different uses.
Thank you.
Thank you. Karen Nabbis?
Yes, hi. I just was curious if you guys are applying for any tax abatements that would guarantee the industrial jobs.
Louis or James, do you want to handle that?
Not currently applying, but it'll be continue to be evaluated.
Thank you. Iris Cabrera? Iris, you still want to ask a question? Okay, did somebody else say they had a question? Okay, I see under the attendees, I see Shelby Gardner. Did you want to ask a question on this topic? Shelby
No.
Gardner, did you?
Hi, no, I'm here from Carolyn Maloney's office. I was trying to speak on a different issue.
So once you
Oh, I see your hand raised. We only discussing this topic at the time. Thank you. Is there any other questions from board members? Thank you for your presentation. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Have a good
You're
night.
welcome. Good night. Next item on the agenda is Marsha P. Parks. Marsha P. Johnson Parks.
Hi, good evening, everybody. I hope you can hear me okay. It's Leslie Wright from New York State Parks. I'm the New York City Regional Director for New York State Parks here in New York City. I'm really happy to be back again with you all to talk about the progress that we've made, listening and speaking with the community, getting great input on our state park in Williamsburg. Before I show you images of where we are with the results of all the listening, I just wanted to outline that we have dedicated, gosh, I guess 45 hours to engagement sessions both in the park and then also remotely by Zoom. We've had let's see, a few hundred people join in on the virtual meetings, and then a couple hundred people actually coming into the park, as well as some 200 plus surveys outlining what people like about the park, what they'd like to see more of in the park, what they'd like to see less of in the park, the different themes of things people like. So as I continue, let me share my screen if I may, and show you images of where we are. If you'll bear with me one moment, here we go. I'd like to go first to an aerial view of the, I beg your pardon, bear with me one second. Here we go. Okay, so I hope you can all see this screen. This is an aerial rendering of what the park will look like based on all the input that we've received to date. I thought I'd show you this kind of bird's eye view first before we zoom in and look at the particulars. But you can see, I hope, very pleasing to the eye that it just pops with color and with green. And overall, we have recouped some 18,000 new square feet of green space. We did that, if you follow my cursor here, by pulling back the south slab, pulling back even more substantially the north slab, and we'll see later in the next view, we've also added green space on the southern and eastern perimeter of the south slab. So let me go now to the site plan view, and we can go into more particulars of what we're going to do and when we're going to do it. So you see here, starting, well, let's start from the bottom and go up. With the reduced slabs, I mentioned that we've reduced the slabs by a total of 18,000 square feet. We've added garden space. It's low-rise shrubbery and native plantings on both the Kent Avenue side of the south slab and the southern end of the south slab. We have added pathways in between the two platform areas, new trees in between, and incorporated this overall green space here into a lovely garden area. Again, more shade trees. Overall, we're looking to add in considerably more native plantings that are both salt tolerant and flood tolerant for high tides and rain events, significant rain events or flooding, and reusing as many of the cobbles as we can. However, to enhance the ADA compliance of all the paths, as well as create more of a absorbency and porousness in the park, what we're doing is using materials, for example, this main pathway here along North 8th is a combination of ADA compliant cobble pavers that are flat. They're easy for wheels, whether they're strollers or wheelchairs or what have you, and then using the original cobbles as decorative elements along the side so they won't impair movement. The path continues here, a nice new circular path that adds greater circulation for the whole path. This is actually porous concrete. The water flows right through it. If you joined us in the park for any of our listening sessions, we had a sample there, and it was just really fun to pour water through it and watch it drip all the way through. You will see that we have added more gardens, concentrated gardens inside this ring. We're calling this the Marcia Commemorative Garden, and it's one of the areas we'll have, well, let me tell you the whole story. Starting at the beginning of the park here, working with not only the community at large, but also a dedicated trans women of color working group. We are working toward 8 commemorative plaques detailing Marcia's life, Marcia's work, and themes around the park's namesake. At the entrance to the park, there'll be a plaque, a welcome plaque. Slightly inside in a new lush garden area right to the right of the entrance will be a plaque detailing Marcia's biography. Along this pathway, we'll have a number of other plaques. I should say that in total, it's 8 plaques. So the specific locations along the pathway and along the circular pathway leading down to the water, those are in consideration and discussion now, exactly where the locations will be, but the subjects will be Friends of Marcia, what is trans, pronouns, Star House, trans timeline, and then down here, right by the water as a place of reflection, a place of commemoration, we will have say their names. All of the plaques, all of the commemoration that we're installing will not only have text and images printed on it, but also QR codes with an associated app that just opens the door to a whole world of additional interactive historical information that'll be the living, breathing library and archive for all of this subject matter and open the door to much broader avenues of the subject matter. In addition to the Marcia commemoration, and there are more pieces of it to come, so hold that thought. I'll return to that subject in a moment. We're also working with a group of, or the group of tried and true decades in community advocates to develop a plaque that commemorates very particularly the community advocacy that has gone into making this property a park, going back decades all the way through to today. This plaque content is being developed with this group and be bringing it to the greater public once it's a bit more developed. It will also have QR code with app access to, again, tap into the very rich vein of history and information, videos, interviews, all of that material. The colored area, brightly colored area you see here is the park's existing pollinator meadow. We are putting free small plaques around the perimeter of this meadow to educate about what are pollinators, why do pollinators matter, really cogent environmental education. Another theme that came up in our listening sessions was connectivity to the neighboring parks. So you will see here on the north side of the park, we are planning to add a new path. This will probably be stone fines, which is the stone dust. Water goes right through it. Again, it's completely permeable. To Bushwick Inlet Park. I just had a conversation today with our good partners at City Parks to begin the conversation of how that connection would work and make sure that we get all the design particulars worked out. Coming down toward the water, I want to point out this area here, which we had a lot of good input about, because the water and the water's edge was so important to Marcia in a number of ways, that adding a decorative element here is really important. So we are further exploring that notion. What you're seeing rendered here is the idea of a cobble mosaic laid into the concrete surface. Marcia also wrote poetry. We are hoping, once we nail down the provenance of one particular poem, to have that poem, which references the river or a river and water, on a boulder in this area. If that poem is not truly written by Marcia, we will move instead to another poem that's quite well known. It's called Soul. You can find it online.
Leslie, I think you should know the presentation is not moving for a few of us. So if you're sharing a rendering or something, we're not seeing it.
You're not seeing, I'm sorry? You're not seeing this one rendering? I haven't changed it at all. It's just the one picture. We have benches, two kinds of benches installed or will have installed throughout the park. We have, you'll see down here toward the waterfront, these kind of brown lozenges. They are log benches. They're low to the ground. They're, oh gosh, I always forget the name of the type of the wood. Oh, black locust. They're black locust. We also have them at Shirley Chisholm State Park. They're really rustic. They're comfortable. They do not have backs. We have other benches with backs along this pathway here. All the benches will be fixed in place. We're bringing new picnic tables to the park. They will not be fixed in place, so they can move around as different events or whether they're, individual picnics or group picnics or larger events dictate. When is all this happening is the next really good question that you might ask. And the answer is the southern portion of the park from North 8th down, covering the slabs, will all be done by early June and reopened to the public. That's in addition to the part of the northern part of the park that is open now, that will remain open. The middle section of the park will be under construction through till August, and we will have that all open. Our target is Marcia's birthday in late August to have everything open again. But I do want to warn everybody, because of this new big lawn and replacing a lot of the lawns throughout the park, we will have to keep a bunch of areas fenced off, lawn areas, just so that the sod can knit, and that we don't have to replace it again in the following year, right? That's not to anybody's benefit. So let me go now to return. Let me just show you one beautiful picture of the real ground rendering 3D. This is what the park will look like. I referenced the native plantings. I hope everyone can see my screen. Thank you, Dialis. I see you nodding. Thank you. Let me return now to the topic of commemoration. And I want to make it clear to everyone that the 8 plaques that I referenced that are dedicated to themes relating to Marcia P. Johnson are the beginning of and what we can accomplish by the end of the summer. They will be fabricated for the August installation, and this this image rather shows better the locations of the signs. You see these green rectangles. Those are the locations of the 8 Marcia plaques, we'll call them. We know that we need to do more. We heard it from everyone. We've heard it from Marcia P. Johnson's family. We've heard it from, all walks of community members. And so we've also heard where people would like to see additional commemoration and additional interpretive touches. So this diagram is meant to show that, and also meant to show, the near term, the summer 2021 deliverables, as well as what's next. So the entry landscape and the grand entryway, that is a longer term item that we will, all of these longer term items, I should specify, we're going to start up conversations, public engagement sessions this fall 2021, and start to, understand what people want, understand what the possibilities are, and work through that process with you all to get them accomplished in the park. But the goal now is to get the park put back together and open in the summer of 2021. So the entryway, we need a bold entrance that really celebrates Marcia. Perhaps it will include a commemorative sculpture or some other art piece. Of course, it will have colorful plantings. And we got a request over and over again, suggestion, idea of, a trellis. The theme of a trellis would be really wonderful with plant life growing on it. The second area that came up over and over again is between the two gantry walls. A lot of people just saw tremendous possibilities here for additional artistic and commemorative treatment. What we're doing now for completion by summer 2021 is freshly sodding it. It'll be there for public use, and we'll continue the conversation in the fall of what else might go here. You see in this diagram, people talked about places to sit, places to stroll. Very specifically, it came up a number of times that this could be a safe space, very intentionally, for trans youth. Moving up to the northern part of the park, these squares with S's, that stands for, as you see in the legend, a potential site for a statue or some other piece of art. That's a location that came up, as well as the entryway, and as well as down here by Marcia's hillside, as we're calling it. This actually is a hillside. We didn't talk about the topography, but the park is not flat, and we got a lot of good input about how folks did not want to see it made more flat than it is. So we're adding interesting topography. All of these renderings and images, as well as the summary from the survey, are all posted on the park's webpage. I invite you all to go there and study them more. We have the dedicated information email box still set up. That's also on the same webpage. So please feel free to add any input there, questions. People have been using it, and it's just been a terrific way to communicate. So I'm mindful of the time and want to turn to one other aspect of the park, and I think maybe we'll just leave this image up so that you can see it. You all know, I hope you recall that we in the late winter or midwinter, depending on how you count, we issued an RFP for the food festival, and we have canceled that. Just please want to make sure everyone realizes that the food festival RFP for a multi-year contract was canceled. And part of the other part of that request was that cancel the RFP, but just go ahead and permit Smorgasburg for 2021. So, Smorgasburg has been a steadfast partner in the park for a number of years. They've been a steadfast and very strong partner throughout this entire community engagement process, participating also and adding input. So they've heard all of the comments that have come out from the public and have been very interested in the public's input. I'm happy to say that Eric Denby, co-founder of Smorgasburg, is here with me tonight to just speak for a minute or two about what Smorgasburg 2021 will look like in the park with its much smaller footprint. The slabs have been reduced. We are still in the days of COVID, so smaller footprint for two reasons. And with that, if I may, I will turn the speaking role over to Eric to just talk about what Smorgasburg will look like a little bit this season.
Hi, everyone. Am I on here? I think so. Thanks for having me. And it's good to be back at CB1. It's been really great to be part of this process at Marcia P. Johnson in the last few months. It's been really to see all the public engagement and to see the really positive results in the park that we've loved and been a part of for going on almost a decade now. Smorgasburg, first Smorgasburg was May 21st of 2011, so almost exactly 10 years ago. Our roots are in that neighborhood. We are excited once we can get some sort of approval to open up again, and once the park is ready, hopefully sometime in June, we will be returning to our mode of operation, where we have, a couple dozen staff working there every day, managing the traffic, managing our load in the mornings and the afternoons, which, as we all know, is a pretty elegant ballet that we put on there. We will have all of our security team there, our cleanup crew who, cleans up the entire park every Saturday the Smorgasburg is happening, cleans up a 2-block radius around the park every Saturday, adds our own trash cans along Kent Avenue, in addition to the Department of Sanitation bins, empties those bins throughout the day, so that to reduce the overflow of those bins. All of our workers are, paid a really good wage. They work for us directly. We don't hire contractors. They are typically people of color. We have, furloughed most of our staff over the last year. The last Smorgasburg, as you may be aware, was in October of 2019. So our business and the nearly 100 small businesses that rely on Smorgasburg have really earned little to no revenue in what's going on almost 2 years at this point. Those vendors represent a cross-section of Brooklyn that we all want to support and talk about supporting every day. These are the smallest of businesses. These are a majority of our vendors are women, are people of color, their employees reflect the same. When Smorgasburg is running at full throttle, our vendors represent about 1,000 jobs. And those are well-paying jobs. Those are reliable jobs. Those are the kinds of folks we want to be supporting. Those are women. Those are people of color. Those are people who live and work in New York City, who purchase their services locally and responsibly, and bring in, a substantial amount of revenue in our city. As we all know, businesses in Williamsburg rely on Smorgasburg's foot traffic, both from around the city and from around the world. Those are the kinds of folks everybody needs back on the streets on a weekly basis, supporting their, so and the spillover effect, the ripple effect of Smorgasburg on Saturdays is felt. The absence of it is being felt every week by the businesses in the neighborhood. We know this. We have been working since March of 2020 to address food insecurity. Even though we have a skeletal staff of really just a couple people at this point. In the month of April of 2020, we delivered almost 50,000 meals via our food vendors to essential workers. We established a partnership with the organization Rethink, a nonprofit that together we raise money to pay our vendors a small amount per meal. But we have been supporting between 5 and 10 of our vendors to deliver over 10,000 meals, where our vendors partner directly with community-based organizations so that they have a direct rapport and relationship and can sort of tailor the meals to the communities that they're supporting. So that effort will ramp up once Smorgasburg reopens and we have some revenue coming in and we have the ability to promote publicly and engage the public and all that sort of thing. And so we have a lot of plans for that once we get open. In terms of, there's a lot of things I've mentioned to this board previously, but we will continue to compost and divert almost 1 million pounds of solid waste from landfill every year. We will continue to come the morning after the market to clean up the garbage pickup site so that it's as tidy as can possibly be. That is about all I want to share with everyone. We're really happy to be coming back. We're excited about it. We miss everyone. And our vendors and we are really relying on being there this year for literally, this is like, hundreds of people's livelihoods that we're talking about. that, we've already lost. We're typically the busiest months of the season in April and May. So we're hoping to just salvage as much as we can.
Please summarize.
What's that?
Please summarize. I'm pretty sure the 15 minutes is up on this presentation.
I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I may just close out, Madam Chair, I just want to thank you all again for the tremendous engagement this community board and the Parks Committee and the community itself has shown. The park is clearly better for it, and we thank you. And we'll be back to share each step along the way. And there's been a strong suggestion that state parks hold seasonal meetings at the park, about the park. We're totally down for that. So thank you very much, one and all. Really appreciate making Marsha P. Johnson the best park possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Leslie. Is there any questions from the board on this item? No. Okay, thank you, Leslie. We have to.
Yes, I had my hand raised. Sorry.
I didn't see it. Go ahead.
Yeah, I have a question because, being someone that was the NAG tenant organizer, and NAG helped fight for this park. This neighborhood fought not to have a food fair on Saturdays, but to have park space. And again, I'm just gonna say that we didn't fight to be a business incubator. All of this stuff is really nice, and I understand that, but we fought for a park, and park space in this place is at a minimum. And I think, again, I'm curious if Leslie has ever tried to program the Saturday with recreational things, or like if she came down last year in 2020 when we as a neighborhood had the park and there wasn't Smorgasburg, because again, we fought for a park, not for a food fair.
Thank you. Is there any other questions on this? You want to answer her, Leslie? Or?
I just want to say that I actually was in the park more than ever in 2020, and it's a marvelous place to be. So we look forward to programming it and leaving it unprogrammed too, because we heard loud and clear that people like it in all ways. So thank you, Ryan. Really appreciate your support.
Is there any other questions by board members? Okay, thank you so much, Leslie. Okay, we have to go back. I don't know if 307 Kent Avenue is still here, but we had some people that want to ask some questions or comments on that. Is 307 Kent Avenue still here?
Just speakers,
Yes,
Madam Chair.
I'm still
Just
here.
speakers. Just speakers,
Okay.
Madam
I'm still
Chair.
here.
No questions.
Okay. Okay, can you call the speakers on that?
Yes, the first speaker is Arthur Sigelbaum.
Can't hear you, Joanna.
Okay, there we go. I can't get my video started. Video is disabled. Okay, I'll just speak and not without the video. I'm at this meeting to introduce the International Studio and Curatorial Program, where I serve on the board of directors. We currently occupy a renovated factory building on Metropolitan Avenue. And we're thinking of moving. We're looking at other spaces, and 307 Kent is one that we've been looking at as a building that will develop. We've been around for 25 years. We bring about 100 artists from other countries a year to Brooklyn. Brooklyn has become a destination for artists from around the world, and so we have an association with about as many of the consulates in New York as we do artists. We've expanded ourselves recently to include countries which in the past haven't been able to afford residency in the United States. Most of the artists are supported by ministries of culture in their country, and we've expanded to Africa and Latin America most recently. We have been looking around the city for a space to move to, but we'd like very much to stay in Brooklyn because Brooklyn has worked out so well for us. this is just an opportunity to let you know who we are. We would bring, if for whatever space or piece of real estate that we do occupy, we do bring a community facility benefit on taxes because we're a nonprofit organization. We're open to the community on request, and then 4 times a year for open studios. We have in the past brought in high school students for the community to work with the artists that we have in residence. So we feel that in the building where we are right now, and 307 Kent or wherever else we do happen to place ourselves, that we would bring both the benefit of being a community facility, something that the community would be interested in, and a connection to really over our 25 years, we have hosted about 1,500 artists from 91 countries. So this is an additional connection we bring to whatever community we're in. City Council Member Reynoso is the City Council member who represents the district we're in right now, but we have been talking.
Please summarize, sir.
Pardon me?
Please summarize.
That's it then. We've been talking to Stephen Levin about this neighborhood, and it's something that is attractive to us. So the reason for my being here is simply to introduce International Studio and Curatorial Program to the Community Board. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Larry Rothschild. Not Larry Rothschild is not present.
Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Sebastian Bremer. Sebastian Bremer.
Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Brandy Dollar Hyde.
Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Lucy Aceto. You're muted, Lucy Aceto. Lucy Aceto.
Okay, Carl.
Okay. Next speaker is Berth Nona. Berth Nona is not present.
Thank you. Is that all the speakers for this item?
Yes, that is all the speakers for this item.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Judith. Okay, next item on the agenda is ranked choice voting, New York City campaign. Mr. Friedman.
Good evening. Thank you. The chair, if I could have permission to share my screen just so I could post some slides. All right, can folks see my screen now? All right, so good evening. Again, thanks again to the chair and to the board for the invitation to come speak to you tonight. My name is Eric Friedman. I'm the Assistant Executive Director for Public Affairs at the New York City Campaign Finance Board. So I'm going to cover tonight the basics of ranked choice voting and let you know where you can find some additional resources if you'd like to learn more and share with your neighbors, your colleagues, and your friends. And hopefully we'll have a little bit of time for questions before we wrap up. So just very briefly, talk a little bit about the Campaign Finance Board. We're a nonpartisan, independent city agency, and our role is to empower New Yorkers to make a greater impact on their elections. We do this through the Matching Funds program for city candidates, and we do this through our NYC Votes initiative, which provides voter outreach and voter education all across the city. Very specifically to this conversation, we have a charter mandate to conduct a voter education and outreach campaign introducing ranked choice voting to New Yorkers. So, you know, if I'll beg your indulgence for just a minute, I have a short video that we like to kind of share with folks at the start of these presentations, and then afterwards, I will jump back in and explain what you see here in a bit more detail. All right, so those are your basics, but obviously there's a little bit more detail to get into. You know, we've got a very big, crucial election coming up this June as we select our nominees for city office, and so let's get into a little bit more detail about how ranked choice voting works, how to cast a ballot that counts, and really why this is a really important, tremendous reform for city elections that helps voters have a greater voice in the outcome. So it's a new way for us to vote this year. Voters will have the opportunity to rank up to 5 candidates on their ballot in order of preference. This gives voters more say in who wins. It can increase civility between candidates and lead to more diverse candidates and a more representative government winning election. So how did we get here? That's the first question. You know, there are 17 cities, 2 states all around the country that use ranked choice voting, but New York City is the biggest city to try it yet. How did we get it here? In November 2019, Charter Revision Commission put a question on the ballot 73.5% of voters voted yes to establish ranked choice voting in some local election. So it's important to know and understand this is not a reform that came to us through a legislature. It wasn't a governor. It was a reform that was put to the voters and approved by the voters at large. There are some parts of the city, if you look at this map provided by the CUNY Graduate Center, where support was a little bit greater. And support where, if you look at in those green, the light green, darker green areas are where there's support. And some areas that were a little bit more skeptical of ranked choice in that kind of orangey brown color. If we zoom in here in Brooklyn, if you kind of look down in South Brooklyn, a few of those areas where support was not so great. But if you look at, up in North Brooklyn, some of the areas covered by the Community Award 1, really among some of the most supportive neighborhoods in the city for ranked choice voting. And so that's useful to know as you kind of talk to your neighbors about how to vote this year. So here is a quick cheat sheet for ranked choice in New York City. It's going to be used starting January 1st, 2021. So we're already into it. It is only used in special and primary elections, so not in the general elections in November, and only in special and primary elections for city offices, for mayor, public advocate, controller, borough president, and city council. It's not used for federal or state races, like for Congress or for the state assembly, and it's not used in judicial elections. And that last part is important to know because in some parts of the city, maybe not in Brooklyn, but Manhattan, there's a race for district attorney. People who go to vote in June, some people will have a ranked choice election and a single choice plurality election on their same ballot. So speaking of the ballots, here are the steps. It's really pretty easy. You pick your first choice candidate in that first column. As you move from left to right, if you have a second choice, you fill in the oval in the second column. You can rank up to 5 candidates or as many are as running in that election. You can also just decide to vote for 1 or 2 if you like. It's up to each individual voter to decide for themselves. You should know, however, that ranking more candidates on your ballot gives you more chance to have a say in who wins. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. But the ranking, this is really the easy part, right? Because we rank all the time. You go to the grocery store and you want to bring home some ice cream. You're really hoping to get mint chip, but if they don't have mint chip, you'll get chocolate. If they're out of chocolate too, well, maybe you can live with vanilla. But the ranking is pretty intuitive, and voter first. It really gives you more power in determining who wins election. Now, here are a couple of errors that I want to make sure that everybody knows about, and it really helps you cast a ballot that is clean and it's going to count. The first is overvoting, right? You don't want to give multiple candidates the same rank. The video touched on this, but as you can see on this example ballot, this is a voter who tried to rank candidate B and candidate C both first. It's not clear who they intended to vote for first, so this is an error that can invalidate your ballot. Now, if you're voting in person, and you try to feed this into the machine will kick it back out. And you'll have the opportunity, as many as 2 more opportunities to get a clean ballot and try to vote again. But for a lot of people who are going to be voting at home, the pandemic is still with us. Not everybody's going to be comfortable going in person to the polling place. Going to be a lot of people voting absentee from home. So absentee voters don't get that same opportunity. So again, when you talk to your friends, when you talk to your neighbors, when you talk to your colleagues, this is an area that's really, really important to remember, is not to cast your vote for 2 candidates in that same column. Now, here's a kind of a second mistake that voters need to look out for, a duplicate ranking. So you don't want to give the same candidate multiple ranks. So you see here in this example ballot, you have a voter that ranked candidate B first, second, third, fourth, and fifth. Now, this is virtually the same as just voting candidate B first rank and leaving the rest blank. There's no benefit at all to ranking your favorite candidate more than once. This is not going to invalidate your ballot, right? This ballot will count, but we don't recommend doing it because doing this will run the risk of your vote being exhausted without having an opportunity for your vote to count for another candidate if your first choice doesn't win. So here are the main takeaways. Rank one candidate per column. Don't rank the same candidate more than once. And if you're voting in person, you will always get the opportunity to ask for another ballot. You have up to 3 ballots. That's where they cut you off. You can rank up to 5, but you don't need to rank all 5. The other thing to remember is the old principle of one person, one vote still counts. You rank 5 candidates, that doesn't mean 5 votes are being counted. At any point in the count, you always have only 1 active vote. If you prefer, you can still vote for just your first choice candidate, but ranking other candidates is not going to harm your first choice. By ranking multiple candidates, however, you still get to impact who gets elected if your top choice doesn't win. Putting multiple candidates on your ballot, ranking candidates, ensures that your vote will go towards your second, third, fourth, or fifth choice if that top choice is eliminated, giving you more say in who wins. So we're going to go through, really, again, reiterate what those reasons to do the rankings are, because it's really important and provides a lot of benefits for voters. If your top choice doesn't win, you still get to choose who does. If your first choice candidate loses, you still had that second, third, fourth, and fifth choice candidate on your ballot. That means you can cast a vote for your real top choice first without worrying about who's likely to win. You don't have to vote strategically or decide between voting for your favorite candidate, the one you really love, the one who speaks to the issues you care about, or voting for the one who is most electable, right? There's room on your ballot for both. You saw a lot of this in the Democratic primary for president last year. Do you vote for the candidate who's the underdog, or do you vote for the candidate you think is going to be strongest going into the general election? Ranked choice voting takes those considerations and kind of puts them to the side. You vote your heart. You vote the candidate you really like, and you put them first. Now, on the other hand, if there is a candidate you really don't like, there's a candidate you couldn't possibly live with if they got elected, you can leave them off your ballot completely. You don't need to put all 5 on your ballot. If there's a candidate you don't like, you leave them off. Number 2, in ranked choice voting elections, candidates can't win only with the support of their base. That means that voters are going to hear from more candidates. Not only candidates coming around asking for that first choice vote, but candidates are going to come back, if you support somebody else, ask for a second rank, ask for a third rank. Candidates are going to have to appeal to a wider audience. So in other cities and states that have ranked choice voting, what this has meant is that you have more civility and less negativity between candidates. You even see in some instances like-minded candidates for the same office that kind of team up and endorse each other as they campaign. Number 3, in cities that have ranked choice, elected officials end up being more representative of the communities they serve. So 7 cities using ranked choice voting have either achieved or surpassed gender parity in their city legislature. We got a long way to go in New York City to achieve gender parity in the city council. But cities that use it, that's what they see. In the 13 largest cities that use ranked choice, 6 have women mayors, 4 have Black, Latino, or Asian mayors. Minneapolis, Minnesota, in its first year implementing ranked choice voting, elected its first 2 transgender council members. In cities that have ranked choice voting, more women candidates are getting elected, more women and candidates of color are getting elected. You see this in the San Francisco Bay Area. After they adopted ranked choice voting, an increase in the percentage of candidates of color running for office, and an increase in the probability of women candidates and women candidates of color winning office. So I'll close up here, just leave you with really some of the important information you need to know. Again, I think, this is an engaged audience. You know about the citywide primary elections coming up on June 22nd. Early voting starts June 12th. So election day is 6 weeks from today. So all voters registered in a political party holding a primary are going to have the opportunity to vote. And really all those city offices are on the ballot. Mayor, public advocate, controller, every borough president, all 51 council seats up for election this year. The other important dates you need to know, If you're not registered, I hope you all are. I imagine you all are, but May 28th is your last day to register to vote in the June primary. That's coming up soon. I said June 12th is that first day of early voting. The Board of Elections just announced the early voting sites, so you can go to their poll site finder and look up your early voting site and make a plan. I'll have that address on screen in just a second. If you are voting by mail, voting from home, June 15th is your last day to request an absentee ballot. There's a bill in the state legislature. I know the date is getting near, but there's still consideration of pulling that date up to June 7th. So really, moral of the story is if you're considering voting by mail, get your request in now. nycabsentee.com is the Board of Elections address to request an absentee ballot. And that primary is coming up on June 22nd. So, with that primary coming up, this is a really exciting time for our agency. We have a voter information website, voting.nyc. We're going to be launching an all new website this week, this Friday, that'll have thorough, comprehensive information about ranked choice voting if you'd like more. You're going to start seeing our ads on TV and radio, on social media, and out and around the city. There's an additional investment just announced last week by the mayor's office of an additional $15 million going to ranked choice voting education. So that'll be supporting our work. They're going to be having their own messaging and really supporting a whole host of community organizations that are joining us shoulder to shoulder in this campaign. Voting.nyc is also where you're going to find our voter guide. You want to rank 5 candidates on your ballot. Good to read up and do your research on them. That'll be available online June 1st at voting.nyc. You'll be receiving a copy of that print voter guide in your mailbox by the end of May or really that first week in June. One last thing I'll note, first debate between mayoral candidates this Thursday night, the very first televised debate. That'll be on Spectrum News New York 1, starting at 7 p.m. So that'll be a great time to start to do your research on the candidates that are out there. That video that I just showed at the beginning, you can find that on our website as well. You see the links here. That, along with a whole host of resources we have available in English, Spanish, Chinese, Korean, and Bengali. And there are additional resources in additional languages on our site, and also, our partners at Democracy NYC and the Mayor's Office have some great resources available in the full range of languages, and those will be coming online in the coming weeks. I just want to give a quick shout out to the Board of Elections. They've got some great information available on their website also. That's at vote.nyc. You'll see the address for the poll site locator. They have great information about accessibility at the poll sites, and for folks who want to use the ballot marking device, they have a great explainer on their website on how to use the ballot marking device to cast your ranked choice voting ballot. And you can see there, they're active on social media as well. I will leave you with my contact information, along with our general contact info at the CFB. I know you're all involved in other organizations and in your neighborhoods. If you are interested in hosting us to come talk about ranked choice voting, please don't hesitate to ask. We have a number of staff who are out giving these presentations to organizations all over the city. We're really ramping up as the primary gets close. So anyone who's interested in learning more, having us come and talk to your group, please reach out. So again, I'll close here. Thank you so much for your time. And if you have any questions, happy to answer them.
Does anybody have any questions?
I have a question, Madam.
Who has the question?
Iris Cabrera.
Okay, Iris.
So my first question is, because I attended to one of the training and nobody could answer this question. What happened if a candidate number 1 and number 3 turn it even? Who's going to decide who's going to win the election?
I'm sorry. So if you're saying candidate 1 and candidate 3?
Or candidate 1 and 5, meaning that 2 of the candidates at the end have the same amount of votes. Who's going to decide who's going to be the winner?
So you know, real quick to get into the counting, and you know, I think it's again pretty simple that. So if there's one candidate who gets 50% of the first rank, more than 50% of the first rank votes, then that candidate is the winner, and you don't go into any of the reassigning ballots. So if no candidate achieves a majority of the first rank votes, then the candidate with the least amount of votes is eliminated, and those ballots are distributed to the candidate who is the next choice on each of those ballots. And that process is repeated until there are two candidates left, at which point one will have a majority, or should have a majority. Now, you've asked if what happens if there's a tie. And it's a good question. And I'll say, like, I mean, looking back on this, and I've asked folks who've been kind of working on this for a while, and nobody could actually come up with an example where there's ever been a tie in New York State, in a New York State election. So I apologize. I don't want to try to answer the question off the top of my head. You know, there have been other instances I've seen in other states where, you know, if there's literally a tie in an election, like there's a coin flip, right? And you've seen control. I think it was in Virginia. Control of the legislature was literally decided by a coin flip a couple of years ago. But I'll say this: there is nothing about ranked choice and the process of tabulation that makes a tie more likely than in a kind of a traditional single choice plurality election. You know, we've seen some very close elections.
It can happen, especially because if you put all the number 2 to the candidate, or the number 3 to the candidate number 1 or number 2, at the end, when you assign all these numbers, something like that can happen. So you should have that answer. So someone to have that answer.
No, I agree. I agree. We should have the answer. You know, I'm happy to kind of do the research and get back to you. I'm certain that there is an answer in state election law that I'm not going to try to guess at. If you want to leave me with your email address in the chat, I'm happy to do the research and reach back out to you afterwards. But I'm sorry, I don't have the answer for you.
No, it's okay. Quickly, my second question is, I don't understand why the city is moving forward with this. Number one, it's too late, and number two, in a year that we are dealing with a pandemic, that especially women, people of color are dealing with the family, with COVID, with trying to navigate so many other systems. Why we decide to continue with this plan in this particular time? I'm afraid that the people that I'm here representing, the woman, the people of color, the Latinos, we be behind, and it's not enough time to prepare the community to know what to do in this particular election.
So, you know, I appreciate the comment and the concern, and it's a comment and a concern that we've heard a lot as we've gone around the city talking to folks. You know, the decision to, you know, as I kind of mentioned in the presentation, the decision to use ranked choice voting goes back to a couple of years to 2019. It's a measure that was approved by the voters. So, you know, we have been out, you know, through a lot of the early part of this year, talking to voters all around the city. As I said, you know, the mayor has announced a massive investment in really ramping up the education campaign as we get close to election day and voters really start tuning in and paying attention to the race. And so, you know, I know there's a high premium as part of that plan to ensure that materials are available in multiple languages. You know, his investment he's announced a $15 million, you know, additional investment in ranked choice voting education. That includes $10 million in advertising and media, the majority of which is going to community and ethnic media. You know, additional $2 million just on translation to ensure that those materials are available, you know, to everybody in every neighborhood, no matter, you know, if they have, if their primary language is English or another language. So I think it's going to be difficult over the next 6 weeks, to go anywhere, to turn on your television, to go online, to look, if you look at your mail, it'll be hard to avoid information about ranked choice voting over the coming weeks. So I think we're pretty confident that folks will be ready when it comes time to cast their vote in June.
Okay, thank you. Rob, and then Karen. Solano, and then Karen.
Just had a question that this also was helpful because it replaced the runoffs that we would used to have, and that would cost money and people would have to come and it'll be lower turnout. But also it does increase diversity, but also it took away that added expense and an extra day of voting for folks.
That's exactly right. The runoffs are, they're expensive to run, and you get a smaller electorate, right? Fewer people come out to vote in that primary runoff 2 weeks later. It means that it's a smaller, less representative group of voters that end up selecting the winner. So, ranked choice provides the largest possible, most representative possible electorate with the chance to elect the winners.
Thank you, Rob. Karen.
Hi, I just want to echo what, Iris said. I'm really concerned about the timing of this, and we haven't received, I know you said that we're going to be plastered, in the mail within the coming weeks, but mailers should have went out long time ago to educate people. And then you have also seniors, and like Iris said, people with barriers to really try and learn this and understand it. I think it's, not enough time. And if so, you need to plaster this everywhere, have people out at maybe, the subway stations, handing out flyers, because 1 or 2 mailings is not going to be enough for people to understand. So I really hope that, the city does, get out there in the street and try and educate people, because it's going to be very confusing for people.
So I understand and appreciate the comment. And look, in addition to the work I described, I know that the sort of additional support the mayor has talked about includes a significant amount of funding, $3 million for community outreach, and that is going to be going towards the kind of work that you described, to groups that are going to be out in the streets, as we all get more comfortable interacting with each other. Now that the numbers around the pandemic look to be getting a little bit better. There's going to be funds available to community organizations to do that sort of street level outreach. There's a lot of kind of private foundation money that's supporting this work as well. Rank the Vote is another, kind of nonprofit that is really kind of putting together a broad outreach campaign all over the city in every borough, to kind of connect with people face to face and make sure that they have information that they'll need to vote successfully. We're doing additional outreach and providing materials, trying to target seniors through the Department for the Aging. We're working with all the city agencies that are required to do voter outreach to ensure that materials are available to them that are tailored to their clientele. That includes the elderly. We have large print materials available that Department of the Aging is using and is available to other groups that speak to that population. So, I appreciate the comment. Look, we've been through, I think, a really dramatic year when it comes to voting. You look at states around the country, both before this last election and now in reaction to this last election, that are looking for ways to, restrict access to the ballot and make it harder for people to vote. And so, it is understandable that when folks see a change like this, you know, that they're going to suspect that there's somebody playing some game. And I'll say this is not one of those measures that's meant to make it harder to vote. The ranked choice voting should, when it works, again, give voters a louder voice and provide the city with a government that is more representative to the wishes of the voters. You know, again, the resources are available to make sure that everybody's ready to exercise their voice this June. And so, again, I welcome the comments. I understand them. I appreciate them. And you know, there are a lot of people engaged in the work to make sure that we're all ready in June.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for this presentation and have a good evening.
Thanks for the opportunity.
You're welcome. I'd like to acknowledge that Pincus Hyken from the Scott Stringer's office, the controller, is here. Also, the next item on our agenda is the BSA, Mr. Rosenberg and Mr. LaBelle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I could have permission to share my screen. I know that we've got a long agenda tonight, and I hope to be very quick.
Yes, we're still on the B rule.
Yes, absolutely. You know, my name is David Rosenberg from Sheldon Lobel, DC, here appearing on behalf of Congregation to Radio of Williamsburg. This is a very strange application for me. You know, been at this community board a number of times, been at community boards across the city. And this is one where I'm coming to a community board for permission to make a building smaller. About 3 years ago or so, a colleague of mine was here on behalf of the congregation seeking approval for a variance to build a synagogue here on Jerry Street between Harrison and Throop. That would be a 7-story building, 3 stories and a cellar dedicated to the synagogue, and 4 stories above, which you can see. I hope you can see the screen. I'm not quite sure with WebEx. Where you can see 4 stories of residential units above. When we came here in 2018, and we were very grateful to have the community board's recommendation of approval then, they merged the zoning lot with some of the neighboring lots. In the intervening years, that arrangement fell through, and so now the synagogue wants to come forward and build an as-of-right builds pursuant to a variance still for lot coverage, but without that additional FAR. And that reduces the building from a 1-story building to a 5-story building. And as a technical matter, that increases the degree of lot coverage on the lot from about 80% to 100% lot coverage for the actual building that will contain the synagogue. And so we require an amendment to the original variance from DSA. And we're here asking for the community board's recommendation of approval for the same building. Other than the reduction of 2 stories from the residential portion of the building, which was as of right then and remains as of right now, the other proposal is to make small changes to the partitions in the cellar and kind of mirror it to switch the organization of the mikveh and the locker room. And that has some changes to the mechanical space throughout the building. But other than that, the community facility space remains exactly the same as it was, to meet the same capacity as it was, the same layout as it was, and actually at a reduced total height for the community facility space than what was originally approved by this community board, which was a total height of 37 feet for the first 3 stories, and as approved by BSA in 2018 and is proposed now is for 30 feet. And so in the interest of time, I'm happy to take questions from members of the board.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions? I don't see any hands up. Does anybody have any questions? No? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Okay, the next item is on the agenda is elevated transit zoning for accessibility. New York City Department of Planning.
Hello, Madam Chair. Can I have permission to share my screen?
Yes.
In the meantime, I'm Alexandra Patti, urban designer and city planner at the Brooklyn office. Today, I'm here with our deputy director of our Brooklyn office, Alex Summer, along with representative from the Metropolitan Transit Authority, Andrew Inglesby, and also my colleagues, Joshua Vogel and Shuai Jin. I'm going to now share my screen and so we can get started with the presentation. Right, we're here to present to you zoning for accessibility, and now we'll pass it to Andy to present the project.
Everyone, can you hear me?
Yes, how you doing, Andy?
Okay, great. Good evening, everyone. It's good to see everyone. In the interest of time, we will be as brief as possible. I just wanted to touch base regarding the first couple of slides in the presentation. So the MTA and the Department of City Planning are proposing a citywide zoning text amendment that will allow the MTA to work more efficiently with private developers to help achieve system-wide accessibility much more quickly throughout the system. The proposal is twofold. One is a system-wide transit easement requirement, and the second one is an expanded transit improvement bonus in high-density areas. We'll go through those details in later on in the presentation. Next slide, please. So currently, only 132 out of 472 subway stations throughout the system are ADA accessible, and 4 out of the 21 Staten Island railroads.
Excuse me, I'm not seeing any slides. I don't know if anyone else is.
There's no slide up.
No.
Oh, that's weird. I'm sharing my screen.
Yes, I passed it to you, Alexandra, and it looks it's on your page, but it's not showing anything.
Let's try it again. Now?
Okay, it's up. It's up.
Okay.
Good. Thank you.
So just to continue, so basically, our stations are old and did not plan for vertical accessibility when they were built. Many of the stations, as you know, were built over 100 years ago. So 132 of the 472 transit stations are currently ADA accessible, and 4 out of the 21 stations along the Staten Island Railway are accessible. And it's important to note that as far as ADA accessibility is concerned, DFA, ADA accessibility includes many features to make stations readily accessible, but ZFA is focusing only on vertical accessibility. Next slide, please. This slide is pretty self-explanatory. Basically, there's a lot of different subsets of who uses who needs to use elevators within the system. Obviously, people with disabilities, parents with young children, with strollers, the senior population, and also people with temporary injuries, and a lot of others. People who just had a long day and they just want to take the elevator. So we understand that there's a lot of our customers are relying on elevators, and we're trying to do that with our capital program, but also ZFA is going to help us out with that as well. Next slide, please. And this slide really just puts in perspective the percentage of our customers that really rely on elevators. 550,000 residents with a disability. There's 500,000 children that are under 5 that use the system, and 1.2 million residents that are over 65. Those are the populations of the 8.4 million New York City residents that are currently residing in New York City. And quite frankly, the population over 65 is rising double the rate of the normal of all the other population within New York City. So we understand that it's a system. We are dealing with customers that progressively more need to use elevators to access their trip. Next. And that's why the MTA has made a historic commitment in our 2020 to 24 capital program. ZFA will work to complement our current 2020 to 24 capital program. I want to repeat that. This is not going to replace our capital program to put elevators in the system. It's really just a complement. It would be something that we could try to speed it up as much as possible, full accessibility. But as far as our 2020 to 24 capital program, as Community Board 1 knows, we have 70 stations in the New York City subway system that will be made accessible in the 2020 to 24 capital program. 3 of them are in Community Board 1, Metropolitan Avenue on the G, Lorimer Street on the L, and Grand Street on the L. So we're working very, very closely to make as many of our stations ADA accessible. As I said, 70 of them are in our 2020 to 24 capital program. And finally, this next slide really just shows that the top right image, for example, shows an example of how small the clearance is between buildings and our elevated stations, especially in the outer boroughs. There's just no room in many of these circumstances to put an elevator in many cases. And then once we dig to do test pits at some of the sites, underground utilities need to be completely relocated for us to install an elevator. And often we open up the sidewalk to find other utilities that were not marked, which always adds significant additional time and cost to the project. So the bottom line is that we look at ZFA with our partners at the Department of City Planning as a way to really, really speed up accessibility. It's not a replacement of our capital program. We will always be doing that and investing money into the subway system, but this is a way to speed it up to get vertical accessibility from developers. So I'm going to turn it over to Alexandra, who will walk you through the rest of the presentation. I'm more than happy to take any questions.
So in terms of the existing zoning regulations that support accessibility, the existing transit-related zoning regulations result in more accessible stations. How do they do that right now? They support the development of transit improvements, such as elevators and new entrances, improve street and sidewalk environment by moving entrances off the sidewalks, and help align private development with improved station accessibility through better configuration stations. Some of these zoning regulations that exist right now, for example, there are the easements provisions that are a requirement that a station adjacent site provide a space for a future station access if required by the MTA, but it has some limitations, such as that it exists only in very limited areas in the city. There's no general framework for facilitating transit easements outside of these limited areas of the city. And the MTA has missed opportunities to locate ADA access, particularly in very complex stations. So we created, along with the MTA, zoning for accessibility, which is a citywide zoning framework that creates more opportunities to increase accessibility in the transit system. What is this proposal about? In all applicable zoning districts, developments and enlargements of zoning lots of at least 5,000 square feet and within 50 feet of mass transit stations all around the city will be required to first consult with the MTA and the chair of the City Planning Commission regarding the need of a transit easement. Where would this be applicable? In all residential districts above R5 and R5D with commercial overlays, commercial districts, all districts with a residential equivalent or above R5, as well as C7 and C8, and all manufacturing districts.
Excuse me, Alexandra. We're gonna have to stop your presentation. We have to do board nominations at 8 o'clock. We'll come back to you after the nominations. I'm sorry.
Okay, I will stop sharing my screen.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Jerry. Okay, Jerry, you ready to start the nomination process? I guess I'll have to do it. Okay, change my glasses. Okay, nominations are open for, somebody has something to say? The nominations are open for chair.
I'd like to nominate Madam Fuller. Chair Fuller.
Thank you.
I would,
Are there any other nominations?
yes, this is Steve Chesser. I'd like to nominate myself.
Are there any other nominations? Nominations closed. Nomination for first vice chair. Floor is open for first vice chair.
Nominating Simon Weiser.
Thank you, Mr. Kleinsborough. Is there any other nominations?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'd like to nominate Dana Racklin for Vice Chair.
Are there any other nominations? Nominations closed. Nomination for second vice chair.
Madam Chair, it's Trina, and I'd like to nominate Del Teague.
Thank you. Are there any other nominations?
I would like to nominate Maria Viera.
Okay, are there any other nominations? Nomination closed. I'd like to open the floor for third vice chair. Nominations open for third vice chair.
I'd like to nominate Gina Barros.
Are there any other nominations?
I would like to nominate Sonia Iglesias.
Are there any other nominations? Nomination closed. I'd like to open the floor for financial secretary.
I'd like to nominate Maria Viera.
Are there any other nominations? Nominations closed. I'd like to open the floor for recording secretary.
Madam Chair, this is Phil Caponegro. I'd like to nominate the sitting secretary, Sonia Iglesias.
Are there any other nominations? Nominations closed. The floor is open for member at large.
Madam Chair, I'd like to nominate Phil Caponegro.
Are there any other nominations? Nominations are closed. Voting will be held at our June meeting. Thank you so much.
Excuse me, Madam Chair.
Yes.
In order to avoid going through this again, we should find out if people are accepting some of these nominations. For example, for the position of second vice, I believe it was Mrs. Cabrera that nominated Maria Vieira for second vice.
Yes.
Is Ms. Vieira present this evening?
Yes.
All right, because Ms. Vieira is also nominated for financial secretary.
Oh, that's right, 2 positions.
And the same thing for Ms. Iglesia, who's nominated for third vice and also recording secretary.
But is there anything in the bylaws that say you can't be nominated for 2 things?
Excuse me, Jan, excuse me. So can we find out if these people accept the nomination?
Thank you.
This is
Maria,
Sonia.
do you Maria?
Yes,
Vieira,
ma'am. Yes, Madam Chair.
do you accept both of these positions or you just want to accept one?
I would prefer to accept one.
It's up to you. Tell us which one you want.
I will accept the nomination for financial secretary once again.
Okay.
Thank
so
you.
Thank you. So we will remove the nomination for second vice. So there is only one person running for second vice. Ms.
Can I just thank Iris Cabrera for her nomination?
Yes.
Thank you, Iris. I don't see you, but
You're
thank
welcome, Maria.
Without a doubt. Thank you. Okay,
Thank you. Sonia.
Miss Iglesia.
I accept the recording secretary, and I also like to thank Iris Cabrera for her nomination, but I want to remain with the recording secretary.
Okay, that was simple. Thank you so much.
Thank
Madam
you,
Chair,
Jan.
Madam Chair, I also need the nominations for the attendance committee. 3 people, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, the floor is open for attendance committee, 3 people. Let me get some nominations, please.
Amanda Forster, Julie Amanda Forster.
Okay. Is there any other nominations?
I nominate Eric Mercedes.
I want to nominate. Oh, sorry.
Who's
I nominate Iris Cabrera.
Iris? Okay.
Hi, this is William Claxbolt. I'm nominating Robert David Niederman.
Okay. Is there any other nominations?
Eric Brazadas, I nominate Sante Michelli.
Okay. Is there any other nominations? Nominations closed. Thank you. Okay, we'll go back to our agenda. Diaz.
Yes, on my way to share the screen again. Please confirm you see the slide.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you very much. So recapping, the citywide text amendment will be applicable to the zoning districts mentioned before. And what will this facilitate? So this is what we understand as transit easement and what it entails. So it entails elevation, and the easement can take multiple floors, either by serving underground at grade or an elevated station. Easements also depend on the size, depending on the vertical circulation element that it's needed. And the type of easement can also vary, mainly to accommodate the station needs. So in order to facilitate the provision of the easements, but to address the potential issues and additional burdens imposed in the development sites, some zoning reliefs are contemplated within the text amendment, and they are provided to floor area and open space, height and setback, parking, use, and streetscape. A summary of these easements, the zoning relief to facilitate the easements is to exclude the easements for the zoning floor area and to allow it as permitted obstructions, to increase the maximum permitted height by either 10 or 20 feet, depending on both the zoning district and the size of the easement, and to provide street wall flexibility around the easements, to deduct 15 parking spaces and waive all requirements on small sites, and the small sites for us will be less than 5,000 square feet, to allow temporary uses within the easement and retail uses within 30 feet of the easement, and in the rear yard where such uses are provided on the second story. And it exempts easements from streetscape requirements and restrict curb cuts within 30 feet of them. Additional reliefs are also provided to address uniqueness on the different sites. These are meant to provide greater design flexibility and to facilitate the easements provision on the private lots. So if that is the case, then the developers can pursue an authorization that will allow some bulk modifications or a special permit to grant further height increases, subject obviously to discretionary review and approval. Now we can see a map of the district. Within the map, we have highlighted the 3 subway lines that serve the district, and with the dots in green are how we're indicating where the proposed easements provision will be applicable for the stations. And also, I want please know that we have made this presentation available to the board. So in any case that you want to see any of this information more detail, it's available to you. In summary, the system-wide easement requirement is aiming to facilitate the provision of easement on development sites that are at least 5,000 square feet and 50 feet from a mass transit subway station. And the zoning, the citywide text amendment not only is providing the zoning relief for the sites, but also ensuring a process where the developers will have to check with the MTA and city planning if their site is needed to increase accessibility on their nearby subway station. As part of this proposal, we also have an expanded transit improvement bonus program, which we didn't explain today in detail because it's not applicable currently in City 1. This is only applicable for subways, for lots within 50 feet of subway stations that are located in either R9 or R10 density level districts. And those special provisions can be seen as an appendix of this presentation. Where are we right now? The public review process for the zoning text amendment started in April 14th, since the City Planning Commission saw the project in April 5th. The City Planning Commission referred the project to all community boards, to all borough presidents and the 4 borough boards. So we're here today for you to not only know about the project, but since the referral, if you either want more clarifications of the project or either want to make a vote to support or not the citywide text amendment, you can do it within the time frame that is indicated on the That concludes my presentation. Now we're happy to answer any questions, and let me know if you prefer for me to stop sharing my screen. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Is there any questions? Are there any questions? It look like there's no questions on this item. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you, Madam Chair. Please also know that we also included on the presentation detailed maps of each of the subway stations in the district and all the lots that are will be subject to this provision. So the board has that information available. Thank you for the opportunity tonight.
You're quite welcome. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you, everyone. Be well, be safe.
Thank you, Andy. You too. Next item on the agenda is Meeker Avenue Safety Project. Rhonda Messenger.
Yeah, I'm here, Diaz, but I'm not presenting on this. Ted Wright is, and I believe he's here.
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Rhonda.
Yep. And I'm the one sharing the slides. Zach White also from DOT.
Okay, well,
You still
we're
want it
ready
that
for
way,
you.
right, Ted?
All right. I'm going to make this quick because we did a lot of extensive work last week. Hold on, I got to turn off my phone and listen to a very long meeting tonight. I'll try to be. Zach is assisting the PM, who's Craig Bearwald on this, who presented for quite some time, I believe last week at the Transit Committee. So I'm going to try to keep this as brief as I can. It's a very complex project, but Zach, fire up if you can.
Yeah, can I get permission to share from whoever grants permission?
Can you guys give Zach permission to share? Or Zachary? No.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Can you see?
We see it, Zachary.
Maybe you could go full screen.
Oh, okay. That's what I was trying to figure out, if it was showing the right thing.
Glad you're here, Zach.
Okay. Here, does that work?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay.
Okay, I'm just going to kind of go briefly over this. This is about Meeker Avenue. There's been years where we've talked about this. I'm just going to jump right into it. Zach, let's go for it. You push me along a little bit too. I'm going to go for a proposal first, and then we do want to talk about next steps and future opportunities because there's been a lot of talk about this space in the future. Let's keep going. Little background, we've done a lot of work in the area. I have presented myself along with many people from the DOT bike unit on various things. There's been a lot of bicycle growth here. Some major projects that we've seen are Metropolitan Avenue is a big pet project. What we've seen is Kosciuszko Bridge. We've seen a lot of bike lanes put in. I think the most important here that we're talking about with Meeker is the Kosciuszko Bridge because there's a new bike path that directly links up to Queens just as if you were driving. And that's kind of where Meeker plays into this. Let's keep going. There's been some public workshops out there. It's great to get this kind of feedback from people. There's been a lot of talk about what could happen underneath this space. I don't want to get too far into this today. This is really kind of a first step at this, and we're going to focus really on traffic safety and really bike infrastructure and making this work right now, and hopefully it'll set it up for in the future. We can do other things if it works out. Keep going. Here's a bike network. I just want to point out right here, yes, you do have a lot of bike lanes in Williamsburg. There's a lot of people who bike. The Williamsburg Bridge sees a lot of bike traffic. So does the Pulaski Bridge. That said, with the Kosciuszko Bridge, that green line in the upper right-hand corner. That is a new connection that is going to continue to grow. And so what we're trying to do as the Department of Transportation is to increase access and make it safe for people to not only bike, but to walk and to jog. I've seen a lot of people out there jogging on the bridge path. It's actually quite nice. So that's kind of that's the context where we're looking at this. There's been a lot of increase in bike traffic, specifically during COVID. I should point that out. These numbers will probably not be going down much soon because people are going back to work and some people are choosing to avoid the subways. So next. The green wave, we are constantly getting pushed to do more at the DOT bicycle unit, and I'm going to just keep going. We've been told that we got to build 30 miles of protected bike lanes this year, and next year it's 50 miles. So we'll see again next year. Meeker is a very tough street to work on. As anybody knows who drives or walks in the area, Meeker carries basically when the BQE backs up, on the off chance that it might, that was sarcasm, sometimes people go to the city streets, and that does make it very tense underneath there. And inserting a bike lane in there with these kind of Vision Zero numbers is something we have to take very seriously. I'm not saying a bike lane is going to solve it all, but what I am saying is that when we do take a look at the corridor, DOT bats very well. We do quite well with these kinds of projects. This is definitely unique to what I've ever done before, but we do feel like we will address some of the safety of this corridor. And with that, let's get into the proposal. This is what it looks like. You guys know this. It's kind of a no man's land underneath there a little bit. People park their cars, they leave them there. There's a lot of debris. There's all sorts of stuff that kind of collects underneath there. It's really kind of underutilized space in a neighborhood that, you know, as sitting for the last few hours on this call, you know, there's a lot of fighting for space out there. There's a lot of people. This is still a hot area to be in the city. And, you know, to see this underutilized space there is, you know, something from a transportation department that we would like to see us take a little bit better advantage of. Keep going. Here's our proposal. We'll be going from the Kosciuszko Bridge, that's the right corner, that green line, which is a protected bike lane, through on street, then underneath the elevated. We're on the north side of Meeker, the northwest side, and then we switch at Manhattan Avenue to the southeast side underneath the elevated. I'm going to get into this, but that's a section kind of, I want to kind of start big here to explain to everybody what we're doing. Basically underneath the elevated here, I don't know if you guys can see my cursor, but these are the columns of the elevated in this small picture right here. And basically what we're doing is we're going to repurpose some of that space that's currently used for parking and all sorts of other things, I might add. And we're going to make a bike lane and a pedestrian walkway underneath this space. All right, let's keep going. Sorry. All right, took care of that mosquito. All right, now 4 sections. I'm just going to fly through these, you guys, and you can ask questions. There's no way I could do this all in 15 minutes, so I'm going to force myself to move quick. Let's go. First section, section 1, Apollo Street to Morgan Ave. Right here, you cannot get underneath the elevated because that's where the bridge is touching down. What we're doing here is we are eliminating 1 lane of traffic past Vandervoort Avenue. What this allows us to do is create a left turn lane at Vandervoort, and also basically because you only have 1 lane coming off of the bridge there, and that ramp is very long, this, according to our traffic analysis, this may cause a little bit of a delay, but it will not back up further onto the BQE, which is very good. So basically by eliminating a lane, we're able to fit 2 bike lanes next to the wall that you see in the lower right corner. Keep going. As you approach to where the part where the bridge kind of touches down and goes back up, you then have a parking lot there. Once again, there's a wall looking east at Sutton. I'll point out the pictures here at the bottom. What we're going to be doing is creating, using barriers and concrete to extend this space right here and allow us to basically create a 2-way bike lane that then will enter into the parking lot west of Sutton Street. Let's keep going. Moving right along, our first major intersection. What we're doing, this gives you a glimpse at exactly how we're doing this and why there will be improvements for everybody, street safety improvements, by creating a left turn lane that you can see down in the proposal on the lower right. We're going to be able to hold left turns across the space that's now currently taken up by a bunch of vehicles queuing, trying to make U-turns, trying to make left turns, trying to, get onto Meeker, get off of Meeker. What we're going to be able to do there is actually hold vehicles so we get basically a protected phase for cyclists across the north side of Meeker, the northeast side of Meeker. Let's keep going. This will be done in markings and concrete. This is, for those of you who are familiar with our work, it's kind of how DOT is able to work very quickly. What we do is we work with in-house concrete crews to build out patches of concrete where we need to do them, and then we do a lot of other things in flexible delineators and markings on the ground, meaning basically what you see as paint, it's actually thermoplastic, a little bit more complex. Now, understanding further what this means for the space underneath the Greenway, moving on to the section 3 between Kingsland and Manhattan Avenue, we're basically going to remove some of the parking that's there now. And then we're going to have a bike lane and a pedestrian way. This is the minimum widths that you'll see, 4 foot in each direction for bikes and 8 feet for ped path. Let's keep going. I kind of skipped over this. Actually, let's go back for a second, Zach. I want people to understand this. Part of the reason that we're doing, not the reason why we're doing this, but part of this proposal is to meter the parking. You'll see, and this presentation is online, there's a lot of detail in it. We're actually going to put in metered parking underneath there, 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. I believe there's more information on that. We can answer questions about that later. Keep going. Next intersection at McGinnis, right here. This is very backed up. This is a very tough intersection. I've stood out there. There's not a whole lot we can do. However, what we are doing is we're going to hold the left turns a little bit. There's going to be a little bit of an impact onto the BQE, but once again, it's not going to be far enough down the ramp that it's actually going to stop traffic. And we're going to be able to create a pedestrian and bike crossing that will not be blocked by traffic and will be safe for people to cross there. I can't, a lot of people have talked about underneath the elevated here and have talked about kind of plaza spaces, all sorts of great spaces, but you really can't connect those spaces without crosswalks, without dealing with the safety issues of the fact anybody who's tried to walk down there, I've tried to ride it a few times on a bike. It is very difficult because there is not crosswalks. There's no way to cross. What we're doing is by inserting these left turning signals and creating enough time that people can actually cross, we're actually linking these parking fields, which is an amazing, I wish Craig was here to celebrate this, and he talked a lot about this at the TC last week, but really that's a big feat to be able to create all these spaces together. So now, maybe not everybody wants to walk underneath there, but on a rainy day, you might want to. And if you do, Now you can safely get across, which is wonderful. All right, let's keep going. And then the last section, in this section, we switch to the south side of the road, the southeast side of the roadway. And the width of these spaces, it really varies quite a bit. So I can't show you every single section, but basically by putting in these spaces between Manhattan Avenue and Leonard Street, we're going to have 2 parking lanes, both parallel parking. And then from Leonard to Metropolitan, we have enough space underneath there to have perpendicular parking lanes and still have enough space, a total of over 16 feet of bike and ped space there, which very good. Yeah, let's keep going. Once again, this is the intersection treatment. Part of the reason why we're switching to the south side of Meeker is because of the amount of where you're trying to go to. The bridge is on the north side, Pulaski Bridge, and then the crossing across at Manhattan. No, at Metropolitan, then goes, it's on the south side. So this is where we're crossing over. This is the treatment. Let's keep going. Once again, shows you an intersection treatment at Union Ave. We will have, as people approach the pedestrian areas, or basically the cut throughs, people crossing Meeker, we're going to go to a shared treatment. Bikes will be stopped with new pedestrian signals. We are adding that crossing in there now. If you see in the existing existing image here, there's no crossing. We are now adding a crossing there. They will be controlled by a normal, either a bike signal or a P5, which is a pedestrian signal. Let's keep going. And then the last part of the proposal is as you meet up with Metropolitan Avenue, everybody knows this space. It's very tight. DOT, I've been involved in several presentations that have come and talked about this. Fitting in a crossing here is going to be hard. That said, how we're doing it is we're going to route the southbound bikes that are going down Metropolitan Avenue, southeast bound bikes on Metropolitan Avenue onto the sidewalk, basically between the columns that you see here in the lower left, right here. The space is going to be cleared for people to ride down that part of the sidewalk, and then they will be able to cross the street right here and get to the new bike path. As far as connecting in, and this is something we'll be talking to you guys in the future, basically going to Marcy Avenue. We expect a lot of people will go to Marcy Avenue. There are additional bike lanes that people will want to go in the northwest direction. And those will be sharrows on the street, or they will be able to stay on the sidewalk and go up. Zach, I forget what street this is. North 4th, maybe? Anyway, I think it's North 4th. All right. All right, so next steps, future opportunities. As far as what we're going to start first, we're going to start in the north end of this. And once we are done with community engagement, we're going to begin the implementation up at where the existing path ends and move southward along this. The sooner we get through these conversations, the easier it will be for us to start. This is a huge project. It might seem like it's just paint underneath the elevated. It is not. Putting signals in and new crossings across intersections as complex as these is quite difficult. So we have to put up a whole new bunch of signals, bunch of new pedestrian signals, a bunch of new bike signals. And that's going to take some time. So most likely this is going to go into 2021. That's all right. Here's a project summary. New bike lane. We're repurposing approximately 50% of the parking underneath there. We're improving access to the Kosciuszko Bridge. We're improving safety for all users. I can't play that up enough. Adding a crossing where there currently is not one is bound to help. We will be stopping. There will be more red time. So as you guys know, Meeker, now, when people take a left onto any of the side streets, they often get caught there. And you will have cars queuing in that space. What we're going to be doing is we're adding some green time to pull those vehicles through. That way it will be safer for everybody to cross, people parking there, people walking there, and people biking there. We're going to be looking at street lighting. We will provide bike parking as we usually do with these projects. And I think what's interesting here is kind of the future opportunities. And I'm not, you know, I can't act like we can solve everything out here, but I do think that this is a great first step in actually putting crossings, connecting these parking fields, so it does become one space. And I think, you know, as space develops, you know, we can think about how these spaces will be used as more and more people use them. I think the bike lane's kind of a no-brainer because of the Kosciuszko Bridge. We're retaining some of the parking, a lot of the parking that's there right now. The metering will be a benefit. It will, you know, it will allow us to maintain it a little bit better also. But we can look at electrical vehicle parking and car share, and you know, we can explore fundings for the future for capital upgrades underneath here. And I think that this will just make all of that easier. All right. That open up.
Okay, thank you. I see we have some hands up. Karen Nevis.
Thank you, Ted, for this great presentation. Long overdue safety measures. I'm really happy to see a lot of what's in the plan. The one question that I forgot to ask at the last at the transportation committee meeting is about countdown clocks, because I know we've upgraded some of the intersections more closer to Union and Manhattan Avenue with the countdown clocks, but I believe there's no countdown clocks at McGinnis and Humboldt. So with the new treatments and the new lighting, the new signals, will countdown clocks be included?
Short answer is don't know, and we can look into it. Some of this work will be done over time, and it's kind of up to the signals office. We also have to do these APSs that allow people who are sight impaired to use the crossings. Then those will be coming in the future as we kind of permanently add more and more to this. But I don't think there'll be any countdowns added with this, but I can definitely let you know.
Okay, we've asked this for over 10 years, especially for the intersection of Humboldt and McGinnis. So please, if you guys could go back and make sure when you're upgrading the signals there that countdown clocks is included for that intersection. And then the second thing is, since we're doing the pedestrian bikeway underneath there, you said that basically the traffic coming off of the bridge is going to be, you know, stopped, but underneath the pass, now it's going to be a shorter stretch. Will it still accommodate at least one truck? Because again, these intersections, just like over by Morgan and Kingsland, they get spillover, and then trucks tend to block the intersection. So again, I know I said it at the last meeting, but I need to say it again. I'm really concerned about that with the turning. And then the last thing I just want to, you know, point out again, as far as the metered parking, we really need to, you know, go back and evaluate where the metered parking should be and not be. and we need to look at the times. I think, 7 to 10 is a lot. I think it should be, just like all the other metered parking on the commercial strips. So, and yeah, so if you could answer about the storage space underneath, how it will accommodate a 53 footer.
Yeah, I would say yes, it will accommodate the trucks a little bit better in the way that I just described. Look, it's not going to be perfect. Those spaces are not ideal for trucks, period. But because we are basically, let's say somebody's making a left off of Meeker, there's going to be a point where that red light hits and the green light still goes to allow them to flush out. That's part of this proposal because we don't want cars staying there. So that will definitely benefit the trucks that you were talking about. As far as parking, I don't want to get too far into it. Oh, well, Zach, you could explain the signal timing if you want to.
Yeah, I mean, you did it pretty well just then, Ted. But because we were so worried about now that we're adding a new crossing underneath the elevated structure, you can't cross walking or on a bike while there's a truck sitting in the middle of underneath Meeker. So the new signal timing is designed to clear that out much better than it does now. Right now, the lights just stop and it's a fairly simple operation, and you stop and you end up getting stuck down there. But our new timing, I'm not going to step through every single part of this, but the new timing takes into account that people need to clear out the middle so that they don't block the crosswalk.
There's a new phase right here, phase C, I believe, and phase F, where those don't exist right now, and they allow people to pull through. They're going to allow people to keep going through. They're short segments, but they allow cars to go through. As far as the parking, I just do want to talk about this for a second. Our parking folks are on the line, but I believe that the costs are exactly the same as commercial districts in the area. And what's actually different about this is you can park all day and feed the meter from your phone, etc. It's certainly not my specialty, but that was something that we heard. And I just wanted to clarify that you can park there all day as opposed to commercial districts where you're actually, I'm not entirely sure you can all the time, but that is something that we added here. If one of the parking people want to add in, or unless I explain that, we can go on to the next one.
We have a lot of speakers on this issue, and I must go back and reiterate that we're on the B rule. For those who don't know what the B rule is, it's be brief, be bright, and be gone. Okay.
Thank you, guys.
You're welcome, Ken. The next speak we have, I'm gonna call you in the order that you speak. We have Tom Burrows, we have Eric Pizadas, we have Ryan Coonan, we have William Vega, and we have Willis Elkins. Plus, we have a long list of people that signed up to speak on this item. So let's try to adhere to the B rule. Thank you. Tom Burrows.
I'm going to ask about the metering underneath, because the speaker at the beginning referred to this as no man's land, lots of other things under there. A lot of that has to do with how are you going to settle the jurisdictional issue of underneath the BQE, since we can't get sanitation, who's already paid with tax dollars to clean under there because they say it's the state DOT. Also, we've lost a lot of small parking lots in the neighborhood where people could pay monthly parking. We've lost a lot of corner spaces for delivery vehicles. We've lost a lot of spaces for city bike setups. People do park there, but they don't use every single space. So who is it that you're anticipating is going to pay $22.50 a day to park under the BQE that's barely able to afford to live in the neighborhood anymore? And where is this a commercial? There's a lot of residential now around under the BQE where people are not coming and going for hour shopping trips. We're not getting stores, we're getting bars at night and people living during the day. So I don't get where this metering under the Meeker elevated makes any sense.
I'll let the parking people speak to that, but I do, yeah, I'm gonna let them speak to it.
The intent of the metered parking is twofold. And we say no man's land may be an exaggeration, but the provision of the parking, the metered parking, ensures that we will have staff and people there every day that will make sure that the dumping that we saw, the tons of debris that we had removed the first time that we were there, the unorganized parking that people do park and maximize the space that's underneath there. The reason 7 to 10 p.m. is so that if somebody does want to go to a bar at night, and there is time and there is turnover, the parking does precipitate turnover, so people don't leave vehicles there. So it's a much more efficient way of using it. Also, it does bring enforcement there, so enforcement will be there more frequently to try to make sure that some of the activities that people have voiced a concern over are no longer occurring. I know it's an overall package, and I understand what you're trying to say. It's not that somebody has to park there from 7 to 10 p.m. It's the option that they have the time that they need to go there. If a teacher goes in at 9 and leaves at 3, that's the time that they would pay for. As far as the time durations, we can always listen. We're listening to what you folks have to say. So if there's concerns about the time limits and so forth, we can go back and take a look at that also.
Thank you. Eric?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ted, thanks for crunching a 25-minute presentation down. There's so much to look at here. I've looked at it several times. I want to thank DOT for putting in the hard work to make it the proposal safer. But of course, we have to be cranky, and we do have to talk about this parking issue. So one question, Ted, about the staging. So you won't get past Humboldt this year, it looks like. But how are you going to close out the parking lots as the staging goes forward? That's a technical question, I guess. And then for the parking, Mr. Mursko, he's spoken about changing the times, and it looks like based on the timeline that we will have time to really drill down and talk about the parking more and how it's really going to work. So I'm looking forward to those conversations, and I hope it's going to benefit the residents that have, for at least 2 generations, parked under there. And let's not forget that when Robert Moses tore through this neighborhood to put that BQE in, one of the givebacks to the community was the parking. So I don't want to overemphasize the parking over the bike lanes. I think the bike lanes and the pedestrian lanes are absolutely essential. We've been talking about it for 10 years plus, but that is something to consider as well. And obviously we're going to have more conversations about this going forward, but overall, it's a very good plan. And I want to thank Karen too for bringing up the turns and the countdown clocks. That really needs to be part of this going forward. So thanks.
Ryan Conan?
Hi, I wanted to say thank you as well for all the safety measures. Christopher Meyer, who passed away, or was killed, sorry, passed away, sheesh, died in a crash at Meeker and Frost in 2013. His family was here 2 weeks ago re-putting up their ghost bike. And so I just want to thank the community that showed up for 10 years to demand these safety issues for doing it. And I wanted to know, I wanted clarification on the barrier, but between the protection between Apollo and Sutton. Is it going to be a Jersey barrier, or what type of protection that was? Thank you again.
I would say, as far as clarification, I can't give you full clarification on what it is because we're still working on it with the engineers, and I wouldn't want to misguide you, but I do have a personal preference towards the bigger the better, and Jersey barriers might be demanded there.
Thank you. William Vega?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, DOT. I can see and read all the hard work you've done, and I know this will protect our cyclists and pedestrians, but there's also another population that lives down there, homeless people. In the past 2 weeks, I've seen half a dozen runaways, let's say 14 and 15. So I asked you to clean out that area rebuilding. You got to get the social services like the Department of Homeless Services involved and runaways, because I'm not joking. They were brand new. They were so clean. If they were 14 years old, that'll be the max. So we're now seeing runaways there. And as you know, I've mentioned before, there's a lot of drug use down there. My neighbors have picked up over 79 syringes. So these other social services have to be part, or else these neighbors are going to be lost in this development, which is necessary, but we have to protect all our neighbors. Thank you.
You know, Eric, just to also feed off that, I think that like this is part of implementing a project, and we talked about this a little bit last time. And like, you know, I don't work for Department of Homeless Services, and I'm not going to pretend to, but we do need to, once we start moving on this project, then we're going to understand kind of how fast it's going to go. We're not shooting for Humboldt this year. I'm not trying to get there. I want to do this the right way. I totally hear you on this, William, and we're going to do our best and work with sister agencies as best as we can. You know, we take this stuff seriously too. We all live in the city.
This is Rhonda from the Borough Commissioner's Office, and I just want to reiterate that we have a commitment to engaging with the homeless services for any dealing with the population of people that are currently residing under the BQE.
Thank you, Rhonda. Eric Wilkins, I see your hand went down. Do you still have a question disguised as a short story?
My question was asked, but I would note that the Andrew from Assembly Member's Office wanted to make a comment on this. So I yield my time. Thank you.
Who?
Andrew Epstein from the Assembly Member's Office posted in the
Did
chat.
he sign up to speak on the issue?
Well, he's part of elected officials' office, so I'm just noting it. It's in the chat.
Did he sign up to speak?
Yes,
Can't
yes,
speak for him.
Ms. Fuller, yes, he signed up to speak.
Okay, well then he's gonna have to wait his turn. Okay, we got 20 speakers on this. Will you call the first speaker?
Madam Chair,
Yeah.
my hand was raised. I realized it wasn't before.
What?
My hand is raised. Sante Micheli, I had my hand raised.
Oh, I didn't see it. I'm sorry.
No, just a fast question, especially, thank you, Ted, for the presentation. I had kind of concern a little bit for the area where they were narrowing of the street, mostly in light of the freeway, the entrance to the bridge, and especially during the rush hours with the industrial area close by and very, very large track coming from Vandervoort, from Morgan Avenue. So there is already an incredible traffic there. What kind of study have you done to evaluate, especially the heavy vehicles that transit there? And if you have done a study, where are these vehicles going to go? Or what is going to happen in regard to traffic, and what the impact is going to be to the residential smaller street that are just neighboring all around the Meeker Avenue?
It's actually not a considerable impact to, I mean, there might be some impacts, but really the impacts that I was talking about are those coming off of the BQE. So basically that's why I was talking about the length of the ramp. Next time you're coming down the ramp, how you turn off to get onto Meeker, there's actually quite a bit of space there. And as traffic engineers, what we're most concerned, our traffic engineers are most concerned about is the queuing space, and that it doesn't cause gridlock out onto the freeway, out on the highway. And really, like, once they get down to Meeker, the flow is going to be basically the same as it is now. So it won't cause backup into surrounding streets.
Yeah, but I know what you're saying, because I know the area very well, because I have an industrial space not so far by Metropolitan Morgan, so I transit around mostly with a bike. I have to say I avoid Meeker because it's definitely very dangerous, so I try to take all the off street. But I know vehicle come also from the other off street, so not necessary from the freeway. So there's that other vehicles coming from. So I'm kind of concerned about, I know it's kind of very trickier spot, that's all.
You said Vandervoort, for example. Vandervoort would not be impacted. Vehicles coming from Vandervoort to get onto the BQE, no impact.
No, I was not talking about
Michelli.
I was talking about the other side, but.
Well, the left turn onto Vandervoort will be easier for vehicles also. That's not one of the places that are going to be impacted.
Okay, thank you. We have about 20 speakers on this issue. Must I remind the speakers that signed up to speak that you have 1 minute? 1 minute. Joanna, can you call the speakers, please?
Denise Meyerson, you're muted.
Hi, I am a resident on Metropolitan and Union for nearly 20 years. My family goes back to the 1800s on this block when they came from Sicily to 462 Union Avenue, where my mother grew up, my grandmother, my great-grandparents lived. You're talking about it being a commercial district under the BQE, and it's a neighborhood, and the parking, you're addressing it as if it's a commercial area, but it's a residential area too, primarily. First, it's residential. I have a car, which is essential to helping my parents who are 80, and I have to be able to park it. I cannot afford, I've been looking now because this is an issue. It's the minimum is $275 a month. I cannot afford that. I'm in a rent stabilized apartment, and taking away this parking, and you have pictures that it like are so misleading with like a car on bricks. That does not exist. People don't leave their car there. There's BMWs and Mercedes under there. So I don't think those are abandoned cars underneath the BQE parking. And that's all I have to say. Just consider that it's not a commercial area. It's a residential area with people that use their cars for their family that lives in the neighborhood for generations. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Nathaniel Meyer.
Still muted?
You are muted.
Hello?
Yes.
Hi, I'm just speaking on the metered parking as well. I've only been here for 10 years, but I would like to second what was just said about this being a residential neighborhood. And honestly, regardless of what you do to adjust the hourly parking or whatever during the day, I think there's just a lot of people who, you kind of have to find your spot in the morning before you go to work, and it is where it is for the day. So regardless of what you do to adjust those hours, it's still going to end up being $22 or $25 for people to park here during the day. Residential density here is kind of only increasing as newer buildings go up. Parking is more and more in demand, and I think the bike lane and the pedestrian improvements are awesome. I just don't understand why the parking needs to be metered. And I guess the other thing that was mentioned is somebody said it was necessary for enforcement under the bridge. I can tell you as somebody who has been popped a couple times for tickets under there, that enforcement right now under the BQE is quite healthy. So I don't quite understand why the metering is necessary for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Jeff Stranton.
I live on Skillman near Meeker, and I have for many years, and I have a car. And this area of proposed paid parking under the BQE, like the other said, is not commercial. It is not shopping area. It is full of cars every night. The neighborhood depends on this area for spillover from residential streets because available parking has not kept pace with development and population growth. Further pressures on parking other than the COVID street restaurants have been Rebel scooters, Zip cars, smart cars, city bikes, all of which are ecologically friendly alternatives to owning a car and may be popular with young people, but I cannot get my 4-year-old anywhere with these options. I'll be taking my boy to see his grandma next week, and if it's a day trip, but without a car, it would be an odyssey. I love my bike. I have my bike. I ride it a lot. I love bike paths. But having many dozens of neighborhood car owners like me drive around the neighborhood for hours on end every week in search of the rare street parking spaces is bad for the environment and adds unnecessary and noise and danger to local streets. As somebody who knows the neighborhood very well, I can think of nicer ways to get to Cambridge than up Meeker Avenue, but that's my personal choice. But any solution that eliminates parking spaces or makes people pay for parking, that's a bad choice. We need this parking. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Catherine Thompson.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, DOT, and thank you, CB1. The revisioning of Meeker Avenue is a welcome first step in creating a way to connect our neighborhoods and expand genuine, safe access to parks and open spaces for all our residents. The BQE bifurcated North Brooklyn and became a destructive barrier between the different neighborhoods. It is a great source of pollution with extremely negative health outcomes for those living nearby. It's a terrible example of environmental and racial injustice. Restructuring Meeker Avenue as a more pedestrian and bike-friendly environment can begin to bridge these neighborhood gaps and bring the community closer together. We need to do even more to create a safe, open space corridor to connect the divided and underserved neighborhoods, with a network of parks, bike lanes, safe streetscapes, and enhanced open space. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Elizabeth Adams.
Hi, good evening. Thank you all for hosting this tonight. So I just want to thank DOT for being here and for the new bike lane and pedestrian safety measures along Meeker. I think this is what folks have been calling for a long time: better streetscape, improved safety, smart design at the neighborhood level that connects our green space and helps expand more for green space. We need infrastructure planning that connects our transit needs with our environmental justice and our green space needs. We've watched too many close calls and heartbreaking crashes to stand by and continue to not act. We also need to activate our public space with designs for more public usage. My recommendations with this would be to prioritize upgrades this year before the current administration runs out of time. We know time is of the essence, and to consider green infrastructure opportunities here under this space as well. Also glad to hear that you're engaging with the Department of Homeless Services, and really encourage that to be ongoing throughout, as part of the planning measures as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Luke Olson.
Hi, y'all. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. So my name is Luke Olson, community resident. I also serve on the board of North Brooklyn Neighbors. Some of you may know them as NAG in the past. I really want to thank, first and foremost, all of the community groups that have been doing work on this issue, and community members who have weighed in at forums and workshops and come to community board. I want to thank community board for facilitating some of those workshops and being a welcome place for people to bring their feedback. And I want to thank the DOT for incorporating all of that into this plan. I think this is a great and positive first step. I'm going to agree that we maybe should reconsider the paid parking to have no parking, because I really think that we should have active and open space in this community. I think that we should look at the larger issues of street safety. Marisol Martinez was a 21-year-old nursing student who was hit and killed at Union and Meeker. We can redesign these intersections. If we can make the space near and around the BQE safer, it would be better. And I think that the other bigger issue is this neighborhood has a legacy of air pollution that has caused incredibly high asthma rates. There are groups doing work on that issue. And I think that the longer term solution is to either cap the BQE with a plan like BQ Green, which people should look up, or remove the BQE altogether. Like as others have said, it's cut through this neighborhood, it cuts through a bunch of other neighborhoods, and displaced tens of thousands of people and caused divisions that exist to this day. So this is a great and positive first step, and I hope that we can go even further. Thank you all.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Alexander Schiffer. I do not see an Alexander Schiffer in the list.
The next speaker, please.
Eric Rosades Radowski.
Yep. Okay, thank you. I'm Eric Radowski, a 14-year resident of Greenpoint and an avid cyclist. Ted and Rhonda, I've worked with you many times in the past, but I have to disagree with you on the parking aspect of this proposal. DOT's numbers presented at last week's Transportation Committee call for eliminating half of the 680 spots under the BQE and metering the other half. That means more vehicle emissions in our air and more accidents involving vehicles that would otherwise not be in motion. We need an environmental impact statement. I don't know how this plan is going forward without one. And for those who would say that the meters are necessary for DOT to maintain the area under the BQE, I say we don't need to accept that. DOT, sanitation, and the NYPD have a responsibility to us, the constituents. And if they are not currently mandated to care for that space, then let's get our council member to introduce a bill to mandate it. That is what our elected officials are for. And I would further call on the many enthusiastic candidates for Steve Levin's seat to promise to introduce that legislation if elected. Thank you.
Next speaker is Rachel Abetsky.
Hi, yes, thank you DOT for this plan. I think it was really great. I mean, we've been involved in asking for improvements to Meeker Avenue for almost a decade now. So seeing something come through that is both going to offer protections for cyclists and pedestrians, as well as, you know, car drivers, making it safer for everyone, I think is really great. And yeah, very happy to see these improvements. Want to make sure that we're not stalling the safety improvements that are very necessarily needed immediately, you know, with any issues. So just really want to make sure we're seeing this plan through. Would love to see the bike lane maybe a little wider if possible, but overall very pleased and looking forward to working with DOT in the future to make sure that we can both get these implemented and more things in the future for our community.
Thank you. Are there any more
Next
speakers?
Yes. Next speaker is Paul Ketterborn.
Yeah, good evening. As others have said, Meeker has been a blight and a danger for far too long. This plan is a positive step in the right direction for restitching our community together. And so I want to thank DOT for it. I'm excited about the bike lane and the safe, well-lit pedestrian paths, which are going to create much needed connections between our neighborhoods, improved bicycle safety, and better mobility options for our seniors and the most vulnerable. I think the increased activity is also going to provide more eyes and just make it safer for all of us that use Meeker. So thanks again to the DOT for this plan. It's very responsive to the decade of community advocacy and takes a step toward undoing some of the worst of Robert Moses imposed car infrastructure. My hope, as others have said, is that this plan is just a down payment on the creation of reimagined public spaces throughout our neighborhood, which is really deserving of a more expanded and uplifting public realm. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Philip Leff.
Born and raised Brooklynite, and we've been working on this Meeker Avenue plan for a year. So thank you to DOT. Thank you to those who gave comment at the 2017 public workshop, those who gave comment at the workshops this year. We are facing a crisis this year. We are on pace for a record amount of traffic deaths. As the city opens up, this number will get higher. The solution to this crisis that is killing our neighbors is more projects like this, built as quickly as possible. To prioritize anything but human life at this point is a shame and an outrage. Thank you for DOT for a plan that puts people first. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Kevin Costa.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for having me tonight. I'm a Greenpoint resident and also a member of the Transportation Committee, and I commute via bike to work every day in Manhattan. I wanted to thank DOT for this comprehensive plan and commend them for the attention to detail that they've put into this, especially to make Meeker a safer place for everyone. And I wanted to emphasize that I actively avoid Meeker Avenue at all costs, because quite frankly, it's scary as a cyclist to ride down it. So I really appreciate the fact that you're building infrastructure for pedestrians and bikers alike, and also making safety improvements for everyone. I had a couple of questions. I wanted to note a couple of things. I think that it's also important that DOT consider CSO treatment, possibly bioswales or better drainage. And then also I wanted to comment on the bike lane. I noticed that it's only 4 feet wide, but given the fact that there will be more bikers using this path, and there's a lot of potential growth, shouldn't it be closer to 5 or 6 feet wide? Thank you for taking my comments. And again, thanks for this long overdue transportation safety improvement.
Bioswales could happen in the future. It's going to have to work with state. I think that this is a good down payment on that. As far as the width, it actually is wider than you may think because of the fact that it's a two-way, and because the way the columns are, we're showing the absolute minimum width. At certain points it will be wider, and there will be buffered space on the edges, so this will not be as narrow as other 8 feet paths at all. This will be comfortable. It's actually AASHTO standard, more or less.
Thank you.
Next,
Any other?
sorry, yes, there is more. Kevin Lachero.
Hi, everybody. Oh, can you hear me? Great. My name is Kevin Lachera. I'm a fourth generation Greenpointer, and I just wanted to highlight in my comments the work of so many of the community organizers who over the course of the last decade have helped to make a plan like this possible in our community. They saw the Meeker Corridor and the BQE clearly for what it is, which is something deeply damaging to our neighborhoods, a place that once had been and can be again so much more. One of my earlier memories is walking to St. Cecilia's with my grandpa under the BQE and him telling me he remembers when they put the highway up. They tore down people's homes to do it. And I will always remember him saying that he watched as they tore the bricks out of Mount Carmel. And whether it's been that violence or the violence of the cyclists that have been killed or the school children that have grown up generations with asthma, that has been the legacy of this space for so much of its history, which is why I'm so proud to be a part of this effort to make this space something that brings Greenpoint and Williamsburg together. Like Paul said, that knits the community back together. A linear bike path, pedestrian path, the intersection redesigns are such a huge step towards keeping everyone in our community safer, towards environmental justice for our neighborhoods, and a future that prioritizes street safety and quality open space. To the DOT, we're ready to work with you to make this plan the absolute best that it can be. It's a long time coming. Let's get started. Thank you.
Next speaker is Meryl Laborn.
Hi, can you hear me? Okay. I am a resident of Greenpoint. I've lived on Meeker Avenue for over a decade. And I want to first say thank you to the many community organizations who have put years of work into safety improvements for Meeker Avenue, and also for soliciting feedback from residents to draft their recent report on the Meeker Avenue redesign. I also want to thank DOT for finally listening to the years of requests from the community, and for last week presenting a plan to the Transportation Committee with safety improvements for all road users in Greenpoint. I am concerned, I have some concerns about this new plan that I want noted. I would like to hear how DOT will address, including, as many have said, the width of the bike path. Also, the fact that the bike path and pedestrian path are next to each other without, it seems, any sort of physical separation. I'm also concerned about what designs will be used to keep cars from parking in the new pedestrian and bike paths, as we've seen in other parts of the neighborhood. And lastly, I'm concerned about the metered parking. Like many of my neighbors have said, I do not drive, but I do see the potential both for increasing traffic with people looking for parking, and also with encouraging people to park in the new pedestrian and bike lanes. So I would like to hear how DOT is going to work on these. And lastly, I would just like to reiterate that I look forward to DOT working with us in the future and speaking to community members as we refine this new design for Meeker Avenue. Thanks.
Next speaker is Dan Geezer. I don't see a Dan Geezer. The next speaker is Brownie Brittner.
Okay, call the next speaker. Yes.
You can hear me? Oh, thank you. Hi, my name is Bronwyn Breitner. I'm a Greenpoint resident, a 17-year resident in the neighborhood. I'm a member of the Transportation Committee, a local parent, and I also run an architecture firm, which is on Meeker Avenue. I want to start by thanking so much all of the community organizations that have worked so hard to make this happen over the last decade. DOT has published that their goal for the citywide L Space initiative is to reconnect communities. And I want to thank DOT for proposing the much needed pedestrian safety and bike improvements, which are so long overdue safety improvements, and also in keeping with the goal of reconnecting our community. So thank you so much for this good work. With the work scheduled to begin this summer, I'd ask that DOT phase the project to isolate work on the safety measures and the bike and pedestrian lanes from the implementation of paid parking, and work to incorporate the community feedback and DOT's own research on the design of elevated spaces in our city into the design for the balance of the space. There have been multiple visioning sessions with the community, and they've revealed strong community interest in incorporating open space, green infrastructure, lighting improvements, and stormwater management into the development of this area. And I look forward to working together to evolve this proposal to accommodate those design considerations. Thank you.
Madam Chair, it's Sonia.
Yes.
Dan Geezer, he's under DK. He's just put in the chat. He's under DK.
Okay, do you see that? You see the name, Joanna?
Hello, this is Dan.
Okay.
Thank you for taking me. Thank you for DOT for the presentation. I would like to voice my support for the Meeker Avenue Safety Project and the vital infrastructure improvements, street safety, and open space needs that this plan fulfills. Thank you, and I'll cede my time.
Are there any more speakers?
Next speaker is Barbara Hertel.
Hi, I want to thank CB1 for hosting this and also for the DOT's plan. I'm Robert Moses. He really made a mess of our neighborhood. This plan begins the healing, and I think that we also need to do BQ green and cover up that darn expressway. Maybe tear it down altogether would be great, but I don't think that'll happen. So I just want to know I support this plan, and please, and I'm glad that it puts people first. Thank you.
Next speaker is Katie Horowitz.
Hi there, can you hear me? Great,
Yeah.
so thank you. My name is Katie Denny Horowitz. I'm the Executive Director of the North Brooklyn Parks Alliance. Absolutely thrilled to see the space under the elevated BQE finally seeing some change. As we all know, the community has been working for years to envision innovative ways to make local residents safer and healthier by addressing this forgotten space under the BQE. And DOT's latest design will indeed improve the safety for pedestrians and cyclists and drivers, many of whom, including myself, avoid the area now because they consider it dangerous. The design proposed, it preserves parking while also creating open space with a plan in place for maintenance. And what DOT has presented is the first step in creating a safe public corridor in one of the darkest spaces in our neighborhood. As the state's partner on Under the K Bridge Park, a new 7-acre park underneath the Kosciuszko Bridge that connects to this future corridor, I can attest firsthand how thoughtful design and investment can transform an underutilized area underneath a congested highway, therefore mitigating decades of environmental hazards caused by the BQE and creating new amenities for residents to enjoy. And I see this proposal as just the initial phase in a complete transformation of the space, potentially paving a pathway for future investment that can further mitigate those hazards, whether it's green infrastructure or program features that add to a more accessible and equitable parks and open space system in North Brooklyn overall. So thank you.
Next speaker is Jeff Chisiski.
I think I'm unmuted. Jeff Sizek. Yeah, I just wanted to formally speak in favor of the plan. I've, worked with other community members that advocate for something better along Meeker Avenue for, 8 years by now. We see a lot of potential for the space. To borrow a phrase from an earlier speaker, this is a great down payment, at least on the safety aspect, which I think you could argue is the most important aspect. Providing that protected bike link along with intersection redesign is going to be invaluable to opening this up as a transportation option to more people. I know I use it today. A lot of people look at me weird for doing so, but hey, it's the most direct route to where I'm going. So that's what I take, and I look forward to others being able to do so as well. So thank you.
Next speaker is Austin Horse.
Oh, great. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay, fantastic. I'm dialing in because I don't have internet, so I wasn't sure if this would work. So thank you very much. I did just want to say that I actually used to own a truck, a pickup truck, and I did park it underneath the BQE. I got rid of the truck actually because it was too expensive for me to keep in the city. I couldn't afford it, and now I primarily get around by mass transit and bike and walking. And I haven't looked back. I don't regret it. And I don't think that we need this parking in the neighborhood. I think that we can all live better. Those of us who have the option, who have the power to go car free, and those of us who will benefit from those who make that choice. I also want to say that I'm a working cyclist and I have a regular route, and it does go up Meeker. So I ride my bike on Meeker at least once a week for work, and it's dangerous, and I'd like it to be safe when I'm working. And then finally, I just wanted to make one more suggestion to DOT, which is maybe to examine the signal timing between Union and McGinnis, because it would be nice if that was synced more with a cycling speed, so you're not waiting at the light at Union and then immediately shut down at McGinnis. Thank you.
That's it on speakers.
Thank you so much, Joanna.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you so much for the presentation, DOT. Do you have any closing remarks that's going to end in the nano section?
I just wanted to say that right now we are already working on the lighting. We heard you, and we're working with Con Ed to make sure that happens. Irrespective of whatever happens, it's got to be well lit underneath there, and we're doing that right now.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Have a good evening. Next
Thank you,
item
Chair
on-
Fuller.
Pardon me?
I said, thank you very much, Chair Fuller. I'm staying on for the next one, Mrs. Rhonda.
You're so welcome. Next item on the agenda is 101 Barrack Avenue. DCP.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
There's something in the chat indicating that there was 4 other speakers that signed up.
If we call who was on our list.
Okay, I just saw something in the chat.
Thank you, Sonia. 101 Barrett Avenue.
Yes, hello. I'm Dora Blakesley. Can I share my screen?
Yes.
At least while we're waiting, I just want to say hi.
It's Scott Bernstein from DCAS.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
Trying to put this in slideshow. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, great. So hello, I know it's late, so we'll try to make this brief. My name is Dora Blakesley and I work for DOT Facilities Management. Thank you to Community Board 1 for allowing us to come and present tonight about our proposed project at 101 Varick Avenue. As for the agenda for this presentation, first I will introduce the project site and the DOT programs that we are proposing to locate there. Then I will provide some background information about what is motivating the need for this new space, the expansion and relocation of 2 DOT units. Then I will present a description of the surrounding area, project site, the proposed project. And finally, I'll discuss the findings of the fair share analysis and seeker EAS that were performed. And then we can take any questions. Here's a picture of the project site, 101 Varick, outlined in red. DOT, in collaboration with DCAS, is seeking to site select and acquire this privately owned site. It is located at the corner of Varick Avenue and Johnson Avenue in East Williamsburg. The site lot is approximately 141,000 square feet. It has a 1-story warehouse building attached to a 3-story office structure with surface parking on both sides. The site is located in M3-1 zoning district in the North Brooklyn Industrial Business Zone. And the DOT units that are proposed to be located at this facility include part of the Sidewalk Inspection and Management, abbreviated as SIM, Citywide Concrete Unit, and the Traffic Operations Streetlight Storage Warehouse, as well as office space. Currently, the Streetlight Warehouse is operating out of 101 Varick under a license agreement. The next slide shows some pictures of the site from a few different angles. The diagram in the lower right corner shows the angles that the pictures are taken from. Picture 1 is a view from Varick Avenue. Picture 2 was taken at the corner of Johnson and Varick Avenues. And picture 3 is a view of the building taken from Johnson Avenue. And the next slide shows a few more pictures. Picture 4 is a direct picture of the building from Johnson Avenue. Picture 5 is also from Johnson Avenue with a view from the entrance to the parking lot. And picture 6 is taken further down the street, looking back towards 101 Varick, and you can see the building next door in the picture. So to provide some background that explains why DOT needs new space at 101 Varick, there are 2 DOT units that have been affected recently by important city priorities. First, the Sidewalk Inspection and Management, SIM, Citywide Concrete Unit, is a vital DOT operation that is crucial for the safe movement of pedestrians throughout New York City. This unit is responsible for sidewalk repairs and pedestrian ramp, traffic median, and pedestrian safety island installations throughout the 5 boroughs. This unit is expanding due to a court mandate that requires the installation of new curb ramps and upgrading existing curb ramps to current ADA standards. This affects 162,000 street corners all throughout the whole city, and DOT is in the process of hiring 440 new staff members to implement these improvements, and 20 of these employees would be assigned to 101 Varick. These new employees can't be located at current SIM locations because these locations are already over capacity. The second DOT unit that has been recently affected by a city priority project is the Traffic Operations Streetlight Warehouse. This warehouse was previously located at 37th Avenue in Queens, but the pathway for the construction of DEP's Water Tunnel number 3 actually came right under this site, and DEP needed the site to build an access shaft to connect to the water tunnel. So DOT had to relinquish the site at 37th Avenue to DEP, and this necessitated relocating DOT's street lighting warehouse operation. The warehouse is currently operating out of 101 Varick under a license agreement, and this operation is supported by 6 DOT traffic operations staff. This next slide shows a figure describing the area surrounding the project site. 101 Varick is outlined in black in the middle, and the dashed line shows the study area, which extended to a distance of 600 feet from 101 Varick in all directions. Land uses within the 600-foot study area are primarily transportation, utility, industrial, and manufacturing. There are also a substantial number of 1- to 4-story manufacturing warehouses, varying in size and containing storage and distribution uses, as well as art and film studios. 101 Varick has been identified by DOT as a very good location for their SIM citywide concrete and streetlight warehouse operations for many different reasons. The site is well served by public transit. It's only 0.3 miles from the L train, and there are several bus lines nearby. And employees would be encouraged to take public transportation. Also, there's access to Metropolitan and Flushing Avenues, as well as the BQE, which is very important, as operations at the site will be providing services to all boroughs. The existing building and site is adequately sized for DOT and will require minimal changes. The site is located in M3-1 zoning district, which is similar to the type of activities that DOT would be performing at the site. And as previously stated, the site is located in the North Brooklyn Industrial Business Zone, which is an economic development zone designation directed at fostering industrial and manufacturing businesses. As for community benefits, the proposed project would provide for the occupancy of this building with new employment and would foster economic activity in the area, with employees visiting local businesses and restaurants. This slide shows the proposed site plan for 101 Varick. The red line outlines the whole site, with the black line outlining the building footprint, which includes a large internal warehouse and a 3-story office structure. As I've already mentioned, 2 DOT operations will be located here, SIM Citywide Concrete and the Traffic Operations Streetlight Warehouse. And the warehouse is already currently operating out of 101 Varick under a license agreement. The warehouse would be used to store hundreds of street lamp posts, lamp bases and heads, cantilever arms, steel base plates, and other materials. And SIM Citywide Concrete would also use the warehouse area for their operations. The first floor of the 3-story office space will be used to support SIM with locker rooms, showers, muster areas, and general office support. Floors 2 and 3 will be used as office space for DOT programming. And outside the building, there are 2 surface parking lots. The west lot is approximately 53,000 square feet, and the east lot is approximately 12,000 square feet. An advantage of this site is that it requires only minimal interior improvements to meet DOT occupancy requirements. No new construction on the site is proposed. As for flood resiliency, 101 Varick is located in the 0.2% annual chance of occurrence coastal flood hazard area, primarily the surface parking area. To address the risk of flooding associated with major storms and sea level rise, all hazardous materials stored on site and critical infrastructure and systems within the building would be sited in space above the design flood elevation, or they will be flood-proofed or be transportable to an off-site location in advance of a potential flooding event. And sustainability is also very important to DOT and is a priority for the city. So DOT, in partnership with DCAS, will be exploring the opportunity to incorporate energy efficiency into the building retrofit, and will look into the possibility of installing rooftop solar panels. A fair share analysis was performed for this site to determine whether there are a disproportionate number of city facilities in this area that perform a similar function. This figure shows the city facilities within a half mile of the proposed facility. These facilities are mainly schools, fire departments, and city parks. There is only one other DOT facility that is within 1/2 mile of 101 Varick. This is the Metropolitan Avenue Bridge, and it is not similar in nature to the DOT facility that is being proposed at 101 Varick. Based on this analysis, it was determined that there was not a disproportionate concentration of similar city facilities in the study area. Also, the proposed operations are compatible with existing facilities and zoning in the surrounding area. And the need for the proposed project by DOT was stated in the 2020-2021 citywide statement of needs. This project also underwent a city environmental quality review, and an environmental assessment statement was created, which analyzed the project and any potential environmental impacts. It was determined that the project would not create any significant adverse impacts related to hazardous materials or contamination. The site and building would be getting minimal updates, which would not disturb the ground. Also, it was determined that the vehicle trips generated by the proposed project and on-site operations do not exceed the secret technical manual threshold of 50 peak hour vehicle trips. So the proposed project is not expected to result in any significant adverse traffic impacts. The analysis also concluded that the project is not expected to result in any significant adverse parking impacts, considering the proximity of the site to public transportation. And a negative declaration was issued on April 1st, 2021, stating that the proposed project would not have a significant adverse impact on the environment. So in summary, DOT is seeking to site select and acquire the property at 101 Varick Avenue to house an expanded SIM citywide concrete unit and relocated street lighting warehouse. The project site is ideal for for DOT for many reasons. It's located close to public transportation. It has excellent vehicle access to the city's highway system. It has both industrial and office space, is adequately sized for DOT, and is appropriately zoned for DOT operations. It also requires minimal improvements. And it would increase economic activity for local businesses with the new employment in the building. A fair share analysis determined no disproportionate concentration of similar city or DOT facilities in the area, and a seeker EAS determined that the project would not create significant traffic, parking, or environmental impacts. So that concludes the presentation. Thank you for listening, and if there are any questions, we are happy to take them.
Thank you. Is there any questions?
Madam Chair,
Yes, I don't see no hands up.
my hand is up, Madam Chair.
Okay, go ahead.
The presentation and the examination of similar facilities failed to recognize a very significant DSNY facility that is literally on the same block 2 addresses down. If you want to pull that map up again, we can highlight it on Varick. Also, I don't believe that map identified any of the concrete facilities, which there are numerous ones in this area in East Williamsburg and Bushwick. So I would be curious to hear the response to that. And, additionally, I'd just like to make the point, I understand the negative declaration on the environmental impact, but, this facility is 100 feet from the head of English Kills tributary, which is frankly the most polluted parcel of water body in the entire city. And the city needs to be doing more than just having the bare minimum. All the stormwater that's on the site is going to be running into that waterway, and you need to be doing more than just talking about resiliency and concern about flooding, because the flooding is coming from this waterway that you are directly impacting. So I would just ask that the city DOT do more to recognize the proximity to a highly polluted water body and actually take proactive steps to improve the health of that water body.
These are very good points. Case or Jessica, are you able to?
Well,
Hi, I'm here. Hi, it's Jessica Warwark from DOT. Yeah, those are good points, and why don't we take them back and talk with DEP. I thought that the sanitation facility was in there, but I guess it wasn't. But we can go over any potential runoff risks with DEP.
Yeah, well, if I may, you have the BK1 garage, you have the BK4 garage. On Johnston Avenue, you have the BK3 garage. On Varick Avenue, you have the waste management private sanitation plant. And the list goes on and on. There's just a proliferation of city vehicles and trucks in this area.
Thank you, Jerry.
Are there any other questions? Scott Bernstein is trying to speak.
no, I'm good. I think DOT handled it. I mean, unfortunately, we are working with times where it is difficult to cite different requirements for the city of New York that are needed. And then we have competition like Amazon and other companies that are coming in. So, I've made notes about runoff. Obviously, it's more of a DOT thing to answer, but we're trying to find spaces that need to be in certain areas and industrial areas, and there are few and far between now, in which we have to accommodate the services of the city of New York. So, I just say from a DCAS perspective, we're trying to do the best we can and not, upset the community. But unfortunately, there are times where we're trying to provide service to that community. This isn't one of those, obviously, but sanitation, you mentioned all theirs, and they're all district related, unfortunately, I believe. Anyway, just a comment. No
Okay, thank you. Karen, did you have your hand up or still up from the last
Yeah,
time?
no, I just wanted to point something out. I'd rather have DOT and the employees and it be a warehouse than what was previously proposed. It was previously proposed that they develop 280,000 square feet of office space. So I'd rather have a warehouse with real, industrial jobs. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Alvin Pena, you have your hand up?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. I'm with the state senator's office. My name is Alvin.
We can hardly hear you.
Oh, I don't turn this off. Hello, can you hear me better?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Alvin Pena with the state senator's office, Julia Salazar. Just wanted to say, regarding this, DCAS has had a history of using North Brooklyn as a stopgap for the rest of their industrial spaces, and we would like DCAS and DSNY to take into consideration that we have been shouldering the load for quite some time, and as Karen said, we appreciate that it's not going to be many office spaces, but we would like to take into consideration how much has already been put forth here, and going forward, we would appreciate that it be limited, as North Brooklyn has done their fair share to hold DCAS spaces. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Sante Michelli, you have your hand up, or it's up from the last time?
No, that was from last time. I apologize. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Hearing none, thank you so much for the presentation. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Next item on the agenda.
Madam Chair.
On the agenda is liquor license. Do we have any speakers on the liquor license?
Yes, we have speakers on liquor license.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Before we move on, would it be possible to hear the elected officials on the Meeker item, just as a courtesy to the elected officials?
If they signed up under the elected officials, then they speak under the elected officials.
Yeah, Alice, Madam Chair, they signed up for that item on the website, and they were just missed on the list.
Who's from whose office?
I mean, Avir District Leader.
Pardon me?
Be the district leader. He's on the list.
He signed up under the electeds. He signed up where the electeds come in to speak. He didn't sign up under the public. That's why he wasn't called. He signed up to speak under the electeds.
Okay, understood.
And we didn't get there yet. Okay, can we have the speakers on the liquor license, please?
Yes. Elisa Alberti. She's not here.
She had to leave. She was waiting, but it lasted too long. I know she wants to speak.
Okay, call the next speaker, please.
Gasper Dirichtrick.
Call the next speaker, please.
Gasper Dirichtrick, you're muted.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to speak tonight. We're tenants of the building. This is regarding Roses on Kent, 254 Kent Avenue. And we've lived in the neighborhood for over 12 years. We're here tonight hoping to get some clarity and answers about the project. We've not been consulted. The storefront is empty, the gates are closed, and no notice has been posted outside. We found out about the project, asking the landlord and having to investigate ourselves. So we found this to be on the agenda tonight, and frankly, we're surprised about it. We're concerned about the scale of the operation that they're planning. They're taking over the 2 storefronts, taking over the neighboring warehouse, and planning a rooftop with elevator. We have kitchen windows and living room windows overseeing that rooftop, and so sound is obviously a major concern, but also privacy and safety issues for us and the neighboring tenants. We spoke to our neighbors. Nobody's filled in on the project, and the reactions are not positive. We have the 240 Kent event space that's extremely loud when they have events. There's a busy traffic to Domino and sometimes rowdy. River Street right now is being used as a illegal racetrack, and so we just can't imagine having a bar outside our windows. So we were hoping tonight to have answers about how this rooftop, especially rooftop project, would affect our quality of life. And we were hoping to know what the plan is, when the construction is starting, and most importantly, information about the rooftop. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Next speaker is Mike Cruz. I don't see Mike Cruz on the list.
Okay, call the next one.
Next one is Katie Nataplasty.
Hi, thanks. This is Katie Napotarski. I'm ready to express my support for Brooklyn Barge, though I realize that Brooklyn Barge's lease has not been renewed by the property owner for reasons unknown to me. I believe that it's important to express my support in case the owners ever seek another location. I'm very dismayed that Brooklyn Barge will no longer be on our shoreline. I also have a number of friends who live within blocks of the barge who also love this place, had no complaints, and are very sad to see it gone. In terms of the SLA draft report's points, the draft recommendations, I have never witnessed security problems nor heard mention of any. The problem with the side door was easily rectified long ago. Also, friends I've spoken with were perplexed that a complaint in the report says that customers were blocking the sidewalk and roadway. That doesn't seem possible considering the location of Barge Bar. In terms of capacity, it has never been verified that the owners were not operating within the guidelines of their original application. I'm a member of Friends of Transmitter Park. I'm not speaking here as a member or on their behalf. However, we did submit a letter to CB1 November 12th requesting that of 2020, requesting that Brooklyn Barge's liquor license renewal is not approved unless the barge agrees to never play amplified music. We never recommended denial without this condition. A lot of people were happy with Barge Bar, myself included. Barge Bar was not perfect, but I do not believe they deserve to have their license denied. I thank the committee for their work, vigilance, and attention to community concerns. I'm sorry I wasn't available to give my input at the committee meeting. Please amend the record to reflect that not all members were unhappy with the barge, and please attach this letter to the board recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is, yes, Giovanni Cervantes. Giovanni Cervantes not on the list, and that's it for speakers on liquor license.
Thank you so much. That concludes our public.
Excuse me, Madam Chair. I know there was Elizabeth Chernadas. She signed up to speak on a license from one of the block association.
Yeah, and her hand is raised.
Is she on the list?
Her hand is raised. I don't know.
And she wants to speak on the liquor license? Elizabeth, you want to speak on the liquor license? Is she on the phone, Joanna? I see a phone number showing up.
I'm looking for her. Elizabeth?
She's on the attendees list.
Yeah, attending, she has her hand raised. So she's
I
joined
see,
you.
I see her hand raised, but we don't see her.
Okay,
We see her phone number.
I see her now. She's
Okay.
unmuted.
Okay,
Hi.
thank you.
Great. Thank you for taking the time to just hear me real quick. So I just wanted to talk about 99 Franklin. It's the first new liquor license application on the agenda tonight, and it's in direct violation of the 500-foot rule. In fact, there's 13 active liquor licenses in bars and restaurants within that 500 feet. So I'm not sure how that came to be. Also, we were sent a letter, not by the owners or the proprietors themselves, but by a lawyer who used to be a cop who was in charge of abating nuisances and then went where the money was and started to create them. So it has to be said that you can't just write a check and open a bar. I don't know why or how 13 active restaurant and bar liquor licenses in a 500-foot radius came to be. And this also stands for the gentleman who was talking about Kent Street. This is not North Brooklyn Mall. People live here and have lived here. So you can't just come to New York to work. You have to live here. And it's a serious violation of quality of life. And also, there was a competing coffee. So this place, it opened as a coffee shop. And they snuck in, they slid in this liquor license application. And there's a coffee shop across the street and a coffee shop 2 doors down. And in these times during COVID, when these businesses have been there for years and we're fighting to stay alive, all these bars and restaurants, these people are just trying to slide in there and take their business. And I just think that we have to kind of lay down the law. And that's what I want to say. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Is there anybody else we missed? Okay, hearing none, that concludes our public hearing. We'll go
There are speakers on other items, Madam Chair.
Another.
on liquor license.
No, but on other items, there are public speakers.
We just on the liquor license.
I know, but you said we're closing public session. We're not closing public session.
I'm sorry. The public hearing, I thought I said.
I heard about the goddamn.
Okay, that concludes this session, and moving right along, we'll go into our board meeting. Can we have a moment of silence, please? Thank you. Can I have a roll call, please?
Gina Argento. Bogdan Bakarowski.
Here.
Bogdan Bakarowski. No answer. Lisa Bamonte.
Here.
Thank you, Lisa. Gina Barros. Gina Barros.
Here.
Thank you. Tion Brooks.
Here.
Thank you. Eric Brusadas.
Here.
Thank you, Eric. Tom Burrows.
Here.
Thank you, Tom. Iris Cabrera.
Yeah.
Thank you, Iris. Phil Caponegro.
Here.
Thank you, Phil. Frank Carbone.
Here.
Thank you, Frank. Stephen Chesler.
Here.
Thank you, Steve. Michael Chiricella. No response. Teresa Cinciata. Teresa Cinciata. No reply. Giovanni D'Amato.
Here.
Thank you, Gio. Eric Drinkwater.
Here.
Thank you, Aaron. Arthur Dubinowski. Arthur Dubinowski. No answer. T. Willis Elkins.
Here.
Thank you, Willis. Julia Amanda Foster. Julia Amanda Foster. Chair Fuller.
Here.
Thank you, Chair Fuller. Joel Goldstein. Joel Goldstein. Joel Gross. Mr. Gross. Sonia Iglesia.
Here.
Thank you, Sonia. Moisha Indig. Moisha Indig. Bozena Kaminsky.
I'm here.
Thank you, Bozena. Avram Katz. Avram Katz. William Klagsbold.
Here.
Thank you, William. Ryan Coonan.
Here.
Ryan Coonan, thank you. Yoel Landau. Yoel Landau. Marie Leanza.
Here.
Thank you, Marie. Abraham Leibovitz. Abraham Leibovitz. Yoel Lowe. Yoel Lowe. Trina McKeever.
Here.
Thank you, Trina. Sante Maselli.
Here.
Thank you, Sante. Toby Moskowitz.
Here.
Thank you, Toby. Martin Needleman. Martin Needleman. Rabbi Niederman. Rabbi Niederman. Karen Nieves.
Here.
Thank you, Karen. Mary O'Domark. Mary O'Domark. Janice Peterson.
Here.
Thank you, Janice. Dana Racklin. Dana Racklin. Bella Sable. Bella Sable. Isaac Sof. Bella Sable.
She's there. I see her. She's here. She's talking.
She's muted, but she's here.
It doesn't say that.
Here?
Isaac Sofer. Isaac Sofer. Robert Solano.
Here, Robert Solano here.
Thank you. James Stewart. James Stewart. Del Teague.
Here.
Thank you. Tommy Torres. Tommy Torres. William Vega.
Here, William Vega here.
Thank you, William. Maria Vieira.
Present.
Thank you. Stephen Weidberg. Stephen Weidberg. No answer. Simon Weiser.
Here.
Thank you, Simon.
Okay, I'm
By the way,
here. Bella Sable.
Jerry, Mary Dahmer sent me a text. She can't to sign in or something, so she can't sign in.
31, including Miss Sable.
Jerry, did you get Marty Needleman?
Yeah, hold on, Jerry.
I did
get
not,
my call.
Marty. Thank
Yes.
you.
I'm sorry.
Who was that?
Gina Argento.
I have you marked present, Gina. Thank you. "31 present, Madam Chair."
Okay, we have a quorum. Can I have an approval of the agenda?
Sorry, by the
Can I
way.
have a motion to approve the agenda?
I make a motion, Del Teague.
Sorry, as a point
Del
of order.
Teague and Phil Capernago, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Against? Abstentions? Motion carried.
Just, Madam Chairman, just the chairperson, just as a matter of a point of order, Jerry, you said 31, and that was before I said you got me on, and then you said 31 again.
No, I said I heard you in the background, so I included you in the
Oh, okay, I'm
tally.
sorry. Okay,
Yeah,
gotcha.
no problem. The vote, the roll call is a public record. You could check me in the minutes.
Okay.
Okay, moving right along, public session. Can we have the speakers for the public session, please?
Excuse me, Madam Chair. Just note that the John Alton he's a speaker and he's under Eileen M in the attendee list.
You got that, Joanna? Jerry?
Eileen Lynn.
She's John Alton is using that account.
Okay, the first speaker is Anthony Olia. And Anthony Olia is not on the list. The next one is John Alton.
and he's under Eileen M.
Eileen M. Okay. Unmuted. John Olton?
He said
Can
he
you
was in.
guys? Hello, hello,
Yes,
hello. Can you hear me?
yes, we can.
Okay, great. Good evening. I'm here to represent a lot of people, over 1,000 people, regarding saving the Mesrel Theater from becoming another apartment building. I was in Greenpoint just the other night, Friday, and I saw that the streets were packed with people looking to do things. Having the Mesrel Theater return to an active theater for both film, international film festivals, and live music and dance troupes, it would be a great assessment to the this Greenpoint neighborhood and surrounding area that would be a focal point for a cultural center in Greenpoint rather than another apartment building, which is not necessary in Greenpoint. So we're doing everything we can to save the Mesrel Theater from being demolished. Thank you.
The next speaker is Zoe Lillian.
Hello? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, good. Hi, thank you. Good evening, all. Oh, sorry, 1 second. Hi, my apologies. Good evening. My name is Zoe Lillian, and I live at the intersection of South 8th and Bedford. And I'm here because I wanted to bring up a safety concern that I'm not sure the board is aware of relating to transportation. I contacted DOT and they said to bring it up at my community board meeting. I'm really worried about the near constant double parking on South 8th Street in between Bedford and Berry that results in frequent blocking of the intersection. Cars and school buses and delivery trucks are often unable to get through because they're stuck behind double parked cars. And this backup produces traffic jams and dangerous attempts to stop blocking the box. Just last Friday on May 7th, a car was double parked on the north side of South 8th for at least 10 minutes. A FedEx truck was attempting to make deliveries. It was trapped behind it. A school bus crossed the intersection and was blocked by the truck and ended up sticking halfway into the intersection. The vehicles waited and honked for maybe 5 more minutes. The truck tried to maneuver around so the school bus could pull farther in and out of the intersection. The truck got stuck. The school bus was still stuck. And then so the FedEx truck and the school bus had to back into the intersection so the school bus could safely extract itself. I've thought of 2 solutions personally, though of course there may be others that I'm not aware of. But I would like to know the possibility about turning a portion of that block into short-term parking only during the day. The street is simply too narrow to allow the amount of short-term double parking it appears to require. Alternatively, or in addition, if this is within the board's powers, this is my first time attending a meeting, if there's a possibility to request increased traffic enforcement at that corner of Bedford and South 8th, this would prevent double parking and perhaps the amount of honking that then ensues, perhaps beginning about 7 or 8 in the morning and lasts well into the late evening. Thank you so much for your attention to this concern. I'd be happy to discuss with whomever how to address the problem further. I don't know if the people who are referred to as the parking people are still here, so I'm not quite sure who else to speak to, but thank you so much and I appreciate your time.
Next speaker is Sonia Banegas. Sonia Banegas is not on the list. Next speaker is Renee McClure. Renee?
Yes. You hear me?
Yes. Renee?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So my name is Renee McClure, and I'm the manager for National Grid.
Can you speak a little louder, please, Renee?
Renee, we can't hear you, Renee.
Can't hear me? Can you hear me now? Hello? I can hear you clearly.
We can't hear you, Renee.
Okay, can you? I'm not on mute. Try another device.
So we can hear you now.
Not sure what happened. All right. Thank you. So my name is Renee McClure. I'm the manager of Community and Customer Management for National Grid. I'd like to share about the upgrades and operation we'd like to do at our green point to improve efficiency at the facility by constructing vapors there.
Renee, you have to start over. You're voicing in and out. We can't hear you. Stand in one spot and take your time and just speak slowly, and hopefully we can hear you.
Okay. Hear me now.
Your voice is going in and out.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Everyone, I'm here, board and all. My I'm the manager of Community and Customer Management for National Grid. Apologies for the concerns of having a connection issue. I'd like to share information about the upgrades and operation we'd like to do at our Greenpoint Energy facility. The company plans to construct vapors there. For over 50 years, to customers in the community. This are non-pipe with using existing resources coupled with energy efficiency and demand response programs to help our customers reduce and help customers' demands today, especially during times. Vaporizers will only be used for peak demand. Those are the coldest days. Those are the coldest days when everyone is turning up their thermostats to heat their homes. And modernize our infrastructure for safer, more reliable, and cleaner delivery of energy. While we ourselves are investing in newer, cleaner technologies, we must also remain focused on providing safe, reliable, affordable natural gas service to our customers today. Our net zero carbon commitment defines our values and future. We are committed to reducing cleaner innovations and gas and hydrogen, and by investing in large-scale renewable projects that will help achieve our shared clean energy vision. To learn more, we'll be presenting at the Environmental Protection Committee of the Community Board of this Community Board 1 on this subject and more on the evening of Thursday, May 27th. I hope you attend.
Thank you. Call the next speaker, please. Her time is up.
Have a great evening.
Our next speaker is Matt Emmy. Matt?
Hi, are you there? Yeah.
Yes.
Hi, I'm here representing. I just wanted to speak about the proposed rezoning of the Con Edison lot at North 3rd and River Street. I've attended a number of community board meetings. And my primary concern is about the process in which Two Trees is going about planting a number of their own people that have been ingratiated to them by virtue of favors that have done over time. So I feel there's a very skewed representation in a lot of these community board meetings. The research that we've done through Sustainable Williamsburg shows that the majority of the neighborhood is not aware that two of the largest towers in Brooklyn would be proposed to be placed here, overturning the existing commercial and residential and industrial zoning to an unlimited R8 residential tower. These are reminiscent of cartel tactics, which I feel don't have a place in our neighborhood, and I would like to make it exposed that this is something that continues to go on despite the neighborhood being very opposed to the rezoning. The polling that we've done is showing up to 70 and 80% of the neighborhood is opposed to the current rezoning with the proposal that's on the table. Thank you.
That's it on all speakers.
Thank you, Joanna. Next item on the agenda, announcements, elected officials. And call the elected that want to speak. Okay, I got it handy. Leslie Velasquez, Assembly Member Emily Gallagher. Leslie Velasquez.
I'm looking for her on the list. I don't see her on the list.
Benjamin Solitaire, Councilman Levin's office. Benjamin Solitaire. Congresswoman Carolyn Maloney, I think somebody else was supposed to speak. Do you have that name, Joanna?
Shelby Garner.
Is Shelby here?
No, Shelby Garner's not here.
Okay, Andrew Epstein.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
the Congresswoman's office was looking for a vote from the board for a proposal to rename the post office, the Greenpoint Post Office, in honor of former Assembly Member Joseph R. Lenthal. The letter was forwarded to all the board members. I have a copy of it in front of me in case someone needs me to read it. They were looking for a vote on the item.
Okay, so does anybody need Jerry to read the letter, or did everybody read the letter to change the Greenpoint post office to Lenthal?
We read it. It's a great idea.
We read it.
Okay, can somebody make a motion for a vote?
I make a motion that
I
we
second that.
rename the Green
And I
Post
second it.
Office
I second that.
I
third that.
Fourth.
Bozinski, was that Bozinski?
Monty.
Jan made the motion, who seconded?
Marty Needleman.
Bamonte, Lisa Bamonte.
Okay, Lisa, thank you.
Marty and Lisa.
Yeah, well, I heard Marty said third. I know somebody has seconded. Okay, let's do a roll call vote on that.
The motion is to name, not rename, because it's currently unnamed, but
okay, it's unnamed.
To name the Greenpoint Post Office in honor of former Assembly Member Joseph R. Lenthal.
Correct.
Gene Argento. Gene Argento.
Yes. Yes.
Bogdan Bakarowski. Lisa Bamonte.
Yes.
Gina Barros.
Yes.
Tion Brooks.
Yes.
Eric Brizadas.
Yes.
Thomas Burrows.
Yes.
Iris Cabrera.
Yes.
Phil Caponegro.
Yes.
Frank Carbone.
Yes.
Stephen Chesler.
Yes.
Michael Chirichella. Teresa Cinciata. Giovanni D'Amato.
Yes.
Erin Drinkwater,
Yes.
Arthur Dibinowski, P. Willis Elkins,
Yes.
Julia Manda Foster, Joel Goldstein, Joel Gross, Sonia Iglesia,
Yes.
Moisha Indig, Bozena Kaminsky,
Yes.
Avram Katz, William Klagsbold, Ryan Coonan,
Yes.
Yoel Landau, Marie Leanza,
Yes.
Abraham Leibovitz, Yoel Lowe, Trina McKeever,
Yes.
Sante Michelli,
Yes.
Toby Moskowitz, I'm sorry. Toby, Martin Needleman,
Yes.
Rabbi Niederman, Karen Nieves,
Yes.
Mary O'Damarock, Janice Peterson,
Yes.
Dana Racklin, Bella Sable.
Yes.
Thank you, Bella. Isaac Sofer.
Yes.
Thank you. Robert Solano. Robert Solano.
Yes. Yes.
James Stewart. Del Teague.
Yes.
Tommy Torres. William Vega.
Yes.
Maria Vieta.
Yes.
Stephen Weidberg. Simon Weiser.
Yes.
"29 in the affirmative, 0 no, 0 abstentions. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. Andrew Epstein from Chief of Staff, Assemblywoman Emily Gallagher.
Hello. I wasn't prepared to speak at this moment. I'm a little confused at what we're speaking on at this point, but
You signed up on the lectures.
I see. I think I understand. I apologize for the confusion, partially on my end, I think. I was here to speak earlier just to thank the DOT and to the community board and all the folks who've worked on the plan that they proposed. Just wanted to say a quick word about that. Just be very, very brief. The most urgent priority is making it so people who want to cross the street or ride their bike are reasonably safe from the kinds of crashes that have injured and maimed and killed people under the BQE for a long time now. And that's the most urgent priority. And I think, and the assembly member thinks, that the DOT has put forward a plan that, at least on that score, on keeping cyclists safe and on keeping pedestrians safe, it's a pretty thoughtful plan, and it really needs to move forward very quickly to keep those community members safe. There are probably reasonable accommodations that could be made on the many important issues that were identified here tonight, and our office will certainly remain engaged. And that extends from the suggestions about future open space use to the hours for metered parking, which seems 7 a.m. seems kind of cruel to start metered parking then. But maybe there are further conversations that need to happen on those points to make sure everybody feels bought into it, but nothing to delay the cyclist safety, the pedestrian safety. That's just so important, and I really appreciate everybody who has worked so hard on raising those two vital issues. We have I guess I could announce a couple other events we're doing, but I won't take up any more time. It's 10:15, but I appreciate it, and thanks so much. Have a good night.
You're welcome. Samuel Oliveras from District Leader. Assembly District Leader.
Thank you, everyone, for your patience. Yes, this is District Leader from Assembly District 53rd, Sami Nemir Olivares, representing Williamsburg, East Williamsburg, and Bushwick. And similarly to Epstein, I came here also as well to voice my support for the Meeker street safety plan. I think that it addressed the urgency of street safety for everyone, for pedestrian, for bikers, for students, for seniors. And it's really important that after many tragic deaths that could be preventable, for having an infrastructure, street safety that could have prevented the steps, that we have a plan now that resembles a lot of the community advocacy that has been happening for the past decade. So I want to thank all of the advocates, the groups, and the residents that have raised their voices for the past 10 years, and El Puente, and the groups associated with the BQ Green, to really move forward with a vision that makes the space a space for the community. So I also agree that this is the first step. I encourage the plan and DOT to continue to work with the BQ Green vision to ensure that, in addition to parking, this really makes the case expands now to fulfilling that vision of environmental justice by having open space, park spaces, green spaces, and really open spaces for the community. There's a lot of space there that could be utilized for the community, and I very excited for that. So yeah, thank you everyone. And I also quickly want to remind everyone that if you want to be a poll worker, if anyone knows who wants to be a poll worker on the election, they can reach out the district leader. My email is sammy@sammy.nyc with 1M. And the elections are coming up for ranked choice voting for the first time. So, and I appreciate the board taking time today to do that presentation on ranked choice voting. So if anyone is more interested in learning about that and also being a poll worker or working on the election, you can reach out to me or district leader Maritza Davila. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Ed Cerner from the Mayor's Office.
Good afternoon, Chair and Community Board 1. I'll be very brief. Our vaccination efforts are coming on strong. As of today, we have over 7 million doses that have been given out. Over the last couple of days, we've announced a number of incentives that we are going to give to folks if they get vaccinated, including free 2-week memberships to City Bike, as well as tickets to the Botanical Garden, the aquarium, and the Bronx Zoo. So if you haven't gotten vaccinated, now you have an incentive to do so, and then can subsequently take a nice trip. More importantly, though, or not more importantly, but equally as important, in 2018, Mayor de Blasio, in conjunction with the City Council Speaker, established an advisory commission to develop recommendations on the city's property tax system. The goal was to make the system simpler, cleaner, and fair, while ensuring that there were no reduction in revenues to fund essential city services. So a preliminary list of 10 recommendations have come out, and now we're moving into a borough-based Zoom hearing that's going to take place for us here in Brooklyn on May 27, beginning at 6 p.m. So I've sent some of those materials to the board. If you're interested in testifying and reading what those are, please reach out, to Jerry and the wonderful board staff. And yeah, you can always email proptaxinfo@propertytaxcommission.nyc.gov in case you can't make it to the hearing, but you wish to submit testimony ahead of time. I'll keep it at that. As always, you can reach me at ecerna@cityhall.nyc.gov. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. Committee reports, SLA and public safety.
All right, here we go. The SLA and DCW, whatever committee, we had, what do we have? 13 new applications, 12 new applications. 6 we're recommending approval on. 3 were postponed by the applicants after we asked a bunch of questions. 2 we're recommending denial because they did not show up, and 1 was withdrawn. So that's the status on the new. It's all listed in the report. So anybody want to do a motion on that?
I need to speak before there is any motion on that.
Rob Solano to motion.
Isaac Stone for a second.
There's a question. What's your question, Ms. Michelli?
You're talking about, Tom, just to be clear, about the new license. So you talk about the one that were not approved before.
There's a report that was provided to all members of the community board, which lists what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I'm just asking you, the new license.
I think I said new when I started. I said there's
Okay.
12 new licenses. 6
Okay,
are for approval, 3 are being postponed, 2 are being denied, and 1's being withdrawn. It's all in the report. Why do I
Okay.
write a report if nobody's reading it?
I read it. I just I want to ask clarification.
Of
And
what? What's the clarification of? Give me a question.
question is about number 1, 99 Franklin.
That's not on this month. That's on next month.
Tom, this is Bozina Kaminsky. I would like to make a motion to approve the committee recommendation.
Rob already did that.
We already have, yeah. I forgot who seconded. Who seconded it?
Isaac,
Okay, I can.
Isaac Sofer.
Isaac Sofa. Okay, roll call vote. Rob and Isaac Sofa. Derek, can I have a roll call vote, please?
I'm coming.
I'm sorry.
I
I'm
dropped
sorry,
my
Pat.
I dropped my papers on the floor, but I'm here.
I'm sorry.
Gina Argento,
Yes.
Bogdan Bakarowski, Lisa Bamonte,
Yes.
Gina Barros,
Yes.
Tion Brooks, Eric Brazedas, Tom Burrows,
Yes.
Iris Cabrera,
Yes.
Phil Caponegro,
Yes.
Frank Carbone,
Yes.
Stephen Chesler,
Yes.
Michael Chiricella, Teresa Cinciata, Giovanni D'Amato,
Yes.
Erin Drinkwater,
Yes.
Arthur Dibinowski, T. Willis Elkins, Julia Amanda Foster, Joel Goldstein, Joel Gross, Sonia Iglesia,
Yes.
Moisha Indig, Bozena Kaminsky,
Yes.
Avram Katz, William Klagsvold, Ryan Coonan,
No.
Yoel Landau, Marie Leanza,
Yes.
Abraham Leibovitz, Yoel Lowe, Trina McKeever,
Yes.
Sante Maselli. Mr. Maselli? No vote. Toby Moskowitz. Toby Moskowitz? No vote. Martin Needleman? I'm sorry?
Yes.
Thank you. Rabbi Niederman? Karen Yevez?
Yes.
Mario Damaruk? Janice Peterson?
Yes.
Dana Recklin? Bella Sable? Bella Sable?
Yes.
Bella votes yes. Isaac Sofer?
Yes.
Thank you. Rob Solano?
Yes, Rob Song, yeah.
Thank you. James Stewart? Del Teague?
Yes.
Tommy Torres? Tommy Torres? William Vega?
Yes.
Thank you. Maria Vieta?
Yes.
Thank you. Stephen Weidberg? Stephen Weidberg? Simon Weiser?
Yes.
Simon votes yes.
I vote Jerry. Yes.
Got you before.
27 yes, 1 no, 0 abstention. Motion passes.
Thank you, Jerry.
The second part of the report was renewals. There were 15 applications. The committee voted to recommend approval of 14 of the 15. We voted to recommend not renewing Brooklyn Barge. There's a letter that's from Katie Napolitarski regarding that. And Brooklyn Barge has lost its lease, so that's sort of a moot point at this point. So we're recommending approval of all the renewals.
Can I,
I make a motion for the report.
Discussion on the motion?
Okay, Chester?
Thank you. Yeah, I would like to state for the record about Brooklyn Barge that based on the letter that Transit Transmitter submitted to you, Tom, that the group did not recommend a blanket denial of renewal, that it was conditional on Brooklyn Barge agreeing not to create amplified sound from their facility.
And that was in their original application, and they never followed their original application. So,
Well, I'm saying, but I think it's important that Transit Transmitter's position be correct.
all right, it's somebody. I'm not going to call out any names, but somebody at the meeting said that you. So there's a lot of people running around representing groups, and nobody's bringing certificates to say that they represent the group. So right now,
But you can make my name if you want. Sante Micheli here.
So it's a
order.
It's a moot point. They lost their lease. So
Well, the letter speaks for itself. We gave you a recommendation in writing. So that should be the defining.
They were doing amplified sound, which was not allowed in their original application. So that's a reason to deny them.
Also, can I clarify, seeing that there were some ambiguous mentioning without saying my name, I have no problem saying that.
Sorry.
Who is laughing?
Sante.
Who is laughing?
Sante, finish your statement.
Oh, first, I didn't represent publicly Friends Transmitter Park. I said that both as a member of the community and as a member of the steering committee of Friends of Transmitter Park, I always had concern. I didn't task the committee made a very valuable choice personally, I believe, but I didn't task not to approve. But definitely the letter from Friends of Transmitter Park listed a series of problems, which were an exceeding number of tables, all a series of issues that they were not in compliance to their application. Just to clarify, that's all.
Okay, thank you. Did somebody make the motion?
Alan makes the motion.
I made the
Who's that?
motion. Rob.
Good, Rob?
Sonia, a second, Sonia.
Who made, who,
Before Iris Cabrera, Sonia.
so is it Rob and Iris?
And
The original?
Sonia.
Madam Chair, I understand that we are approving the recommendation of the committee.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
Roll call vote, please.
Gina Argento. Gina Argento. No vote. Bogdan Bakarowski. Lisa Bamonte.
Yes.
Gina Barros.
Yes.
Tion Brooks. Eric Brusadas. No vote. Thomas Burrows.
Oh, yes, I said yes.
Yes. Yes.
Iris
Eric said
Cabrera.
yes.
Yes.
Phil Caponegro.
Yes.
Frank Carbone.
Yes.
Stephen Chesler.
Yes.
Michael Churchella. Teresa Cinciata. Giovanni D'Amato.
Yes.
Erin Drinkwater.
Yes.
Arthur Dubinowski. T. Willis Elkins.
Yes.
Julia Amanda Foster. Joel Goldstein. Joel Gross. Sonia Iglesia.
Yes.
Moisha Indig. Bozena Kaminsky. Avram
Yes.
Katz. Avram Katz. William Klagsbold. Ryan Coonan.
Yes.
Yoel Landau. Marie Lianza.
Yes.
Abraham Leibovitz. Yoel Lowe. Trina McKeever.
Yes. Yes.
Sante Maselli.
Yes.
Sante Maselli.
Yes.
Toby Moskowitz, Martin Needleman,
Yes.
Rabbi Niederman, Karen Nieves,
Yes.
Mary Odamaruk, Janice Peterson,
Yes.
Dana Racklin, Bella Sable,
Yes.
Isaac Sofer,
Yes.
Robert Solano,
Yes.
James Stewart, Del Teague,
Yes.
Tommy Torres, William Vega,
Yes.
Maria Vieta,
Yes.
Stephen Weidberg, Simon Weiser,
Yes.
Jerry, did you get my vote?
Yes, I did, Eric.
Thank you.
$28 in the affirmative. Motion carries.
Thank you. Does that conclude your report, Tom? Tom?
I lost my button. Okay, no, then there's a previously postponed. Spritz and House got a new owner. We ran him through the ringer to outreach to people on Guernsey, and let people know he's the new owner and what his phone number was and everything else. And he managed to run around like a crazy person and do that. 620 Lorimer was also previously postponed. So we're recommending approval of both 1 and 2, which are the 2 items and previously postponed.
Solano motions.
Second.
Second.
Lisa Bamonte.
Who seconded?
Lisa.
Okay, Rob and Lisa, roll call vote, please.
Gina Argento, Bogdan Bakarowski, Lisa Bamonte,
Yes.
Gina Barros,
Yes.
Tion Brooks,
Yes.
Eric Brazetis,
Yes.
Tom Burrows,
Yes.
Iris Cabrera,
Yes.
Phil Caponegro,
Yes.
Frank Carbone,
Yes.
Stephen Chesler,
Yes.
Michael Chiricella, Teresa Cinciata, Giovanni D'Amato,
Yes.
Erin Drinkwater,
Yes.
Arthur Dibinowski, T. Willis Elkins,
Yes.
Julia Amanda Foster, Joel Goldstein, Joel Gross, Sonia Iglesia,
Yes.
Moisha Indig, Ozina Kaminsky,
Yes.
Avram Katz, William Klagsbold, Ryan Coonan,
Yes.
Yoel Landau, Marie Lianza,
Yes.
Abraham Leibovitz, Yoel Lowe, Trina McKeever,
Yes.
Sante Maselli,
Yes.
Toby Moskowitz, Martin Needleman,
Yes.
Rabbi Niederman, Karen Nieves,
Yes.
Mary Odamaruk, Janice Peterson,
Yes.
Dana Racklin, Bella Sable,
Yes.
Isaac Sofer,
Yes.
Robert Solano,
Yes.
James Stewart, Del Teague,
Yes.
Tommy Torres, William Vega,
Yes.
Maria Vieta,
Yes.
thank you, Stephen Weidberg, Simon Weiser.
Yeah.
Is that a yes?
Uh-huh.
1, 2, 3, 4, 6. 28 in the affirmative, motion carries.
There was a
Thank you.
there was an application for special permits by the Other Half Brewery on River Street. They wanted to get 21 temporary beer and wine permits where usually locations are only allowed 4. I'm really wary of these multiple temporary permits. They had hoped to present to the full board. They didn't get their act together. They're going to come back to us on May 25th. But their intent is to have a beer garden as part of a temporary mini golf operation, as another one of the public relations efforts of Two Trees. Over this next summer weekends, 21 summer weekends, are going to have a mini golf on North First Street, Metropolitan Avenue, and River Street. They're going to come to us at our next meeting, which is Tuesday, May 25th at 6:30. And the bars and licenses that are listed on today's agenda are the ones we're considering on that day in May, which number one is Franklin, 99 Franklin. That's when we're going to hear about 99 Franklin, okay? That's when we're going to discuss them. That's it for that, for the SLA. You want to do public safety, Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
Okay, public safety, there's a wrong report. We were originally set up to do an information session on another shelter in our area at 39 Ainsley Street. This one is going to be operated by CAMBA, which operates a number of different community programs. They started in Church Avenue and are now all over the borough. The presentation is outlined in the report. We also had community concerns regarding the Pod Hotel. When COVID struck, all of the congregate care shelters, the assessment centers where people were in dormitories had to be moved into separate rooms to prevent the spread of COVID. So the Pod became a shelter. Interestingly enough, it's an initial shelter. And then we had information that another shelter was changing from being a family shelter to being a single adult male shelter. That's the Metropolitan Richmond Hotel on Metropolitan and Union. And Tony, our council member, attended. He's very upset and spoke on the fact that Community Board 1 is getting more than its fair share of homeless shelters in comparison to other districts. That within his council district and CB1, there's 1,400 shelter beds, which is well beyond our fair share. But homeless services has people that they have to house, and they're just housing them wherever. And it's a battle that we just need to be aware of. And so the other topic of the meeting was the Department of Sanitation and its inability to keep under the BQE clean. Which then fed into the issue of people without houses underneath the BQE and the DOT passing the buck to state DOT and who's going to be responsible for what. Thank God Erin Drinkwater is on our community board and is also working at HSA, and she seems to be the de facto person to be coordinating a lot of stuff. It was a very good meeting. It's all outlined in the report, but it's going to be an ongoing struggle to address the needs for people who don't have houses, but also to deal with the issues of proper cleanup by DOT, proper housing by HSA. So we have another meeting on Thursday, May 20th at 6:30. So read the report. There's nothing to vote on. That's it for me.
Thank you, Tom. Land use, Dell.
Muted, Dell.
Dell? We can't hear you, Dell.
Yeah, thank you, sorry. We had a pre-certification presentation by developers who want to build an 8-story building at 824 Metropolitan Avenue. It would require rezoning from commercial to R7A residential with commercial overlay and inclusion of an MIH integrated affordable units. They propose to have 36 residential units. 9 would be affordable, ranging from 40 to 80% AMI, and then the ground floor would be set aside for commercial usage. They said that they are hoping for a green grocery food market. There's no parking requirement. because pursuant to the 2016 zoning, the property is in a transit zone. So this will probably come before the full board to vote on in July. After the presentation, the committee members had discussion of different concerns. Some people felt the height was out of character or out of proportion with the surrounding buildings. Some people felt the AMI ratio was not good enough to warrant the loss of the commercial zoning and the additional density. And then we discussed the difficulty of taking these one-off applications when we, really need a comprehensive plan. So the committee voted to recommend that the board send a letter to CPC requesting data regarding the overall effect that MIH has on our affordable needs and rents and our quality of life, and requesting suggestions from CPC about how we can work with them on a comprehensive plan for large-scale development in our district. So we had a quorum, 16 people voted yes, and we thought, I don't know what data they can give us, but we would like to request that they give us data because there's always been that discussion of whether the MIH mandatory includable housing actually does have a positive effect on stopping displacement and giving us more affordable residential space. So I need a motion to see if we can send that letter to the CPC.
I make the motion, Trina.
I second it, Tion Brooks.
Okay, Trina, Tion Brooks. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Gina Argento, Bogdan Bakarowski, Lisa Bamonte,
Yes.
Gina Barros,
Yes.
Tion Brooks,
Yes.
Eric Brizadas,
Yes.
Tom Burrows,
Yes.
Iris Cabrera,
Sorry, Baharovsky is here. Sorry, I apologize.
All right, how do you vote, sir?
Yes, yes.
Thank you. Iris Cabrera, Phil Caponegro,
Yes.
Frank Carbone,
Yes.
Stephen Chesler,
Yes.
Michael Chiricello, Teresa Cinciata, Giovanni D'Amato,
Yes.
Erin Drinkwater,
Yes.
Arthur Dibinowski,
Yes.
Arthur Dibinowski,
Yes, yes.
T. Willis Elkins,
Yes.
Julia Amanda Foster, Joel Goldstein, Joel Gross, Sonia Iglesia,
Yes.
Moisha Indig, Bozena Kaminsky,
Yes.
Avram Katz, William Klagsbold, Ryan Coonan,
Yes.
Yoel Landau, Marie Leanza,
Yes.
Abraham Leibovitz, Yoel Lowe, Trina McKeever,
Yes.
Sante Maselli,
Yes.
Toby Moskowitz, Martin Needleman,
Yes.
Rabbi Niederman, Karen Nieves,
Yes.
Mary Adamar, Janice Peterson,
Yes.
Dana Racklin, Bella Sable,
Yes.
Isaac Sofer,
Yes.
Robert Solano,
Yes.
James Stewart, Del Teague,
Yes.
Tommy Torres, William Vega,
Yes.
Maria Vieta,
Yes.
Stephen Weidberg, Simon Weiser, no vote, one.
And Jerry
Jerry?
Willis Elkins voted
Jerry?
yes.
Jerry, did you get Willis Elkins? His vote yes, but he's on the private chat. It's something wrong with his internet.
28. I have him, yes. Is there someone
Thanks.
else besides Willis?
That's all I saw.
Okay.
Thanks.
$28 in the affirmative. Motion passes.
Okay, thank you. Next, we had a discussion about the River Ring scoping meeting. And seven members of the committee attended the scoping meeting. A number of us noted that many of the statements that were given by participants were just their personal opinions about, the development, yay or nay, and didn't really raise scoping issues. But some of us pointed out that that's really not too uncommon, and it did, in my opinion, it gave us a sense of what we're going to expect to hear from people once the ULIP comes before us. So just as an overview, a lot of the people spoke in favor because they were excited about having an expansion of the Greenpoint Y. Some people were saying that it would be nice to have some more open space, and they pointed out how Domino Park is already overcrowded. A couple of people said something which I thought was interesting, and it was a number of people came up with this idea that Williamsburg, because we're so gentrified already, we should just essentially take whatever the large-scale developers want to build, and therefore we could save the surrounding areas from gentrification. I have to say that I felt that in doing this, they just really negated the reality that we have plenty of people who are still in need of a quality of life and are still not a part of the market rate gentrified communities. So I just wanted to point that out. We may be hearing more of it down the road. Number of speakers did have negative comments or concerns. They noted that the people who were speaking, many of the people who were speaking in favor of the project were really just talking about the why and having a park, but not really addressing the concerns over the overcrowding, the infrastructure, the transportation, and general quality of life for the residents in the area. So the committee voted unanimously with the approval of the chairperson of the outreach committee to ask the board if you would like us to ask Council Member Levin to work with our outreach committee to organize and conduct a public forum regarding River Ring to educate the community about the proposal and to get the community's feedback. So I would need a vote on that, whether we should ask Council Member Levin to work with us to have a public forum.
Motion asks Levin to have a public forum.
Is there a second?
Seconded.
Who's that?
Gina.
Okay, Eric and Gina, can we have a roll call vote, please, Jerry?
No.
Gina Argento. Bogdan Bakarowski. Bogdan Bakarowski. No vote. Lisa Bamonte.
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Sorry, Jerry, yes.
Okay. Lisa Bamonte.
Yes.
Thank you. Gina Barros.
Yes.
Tion Brooks.
Yes.
Eric Berzadas.
Yes.
Thank you. Tom Burrows.
Yes.
Iris Cabrera. Phil Caponegro.
Yes.
Thank you. Frank Carbone.
Yes.
Thank you. Stephen Chesler.
Yes.
Thank you. Michael Chiricella. Teresa Cinciata. Giovanni D'Amato.
Yes.
Thank you. Erin Drinkwater.
Yes.
Thank you. Arthur Dibinowski.
Yes.
Thank you. T. Willis Elkins.
Yes.
Julia
Yes.
Amanda. I have you. Thank you. Julia Amanda Foster. Joel Goldstein. Joel Gross. Sonia Iglesia.
Yes.
Thank you. Moisha Indig. Bozina Kaminsky.
Yes.
Thank you. Avram Katz. William Klagsbold. Ryan Coonan.
Yes.
Thank you. Joel Landau. Maria Lianza.
Yes.
Thank you. Abraham Leibovitz. Yoel Lowe. Trina McKeever.
Yes.
Sante Maselli.
Yes.
Thank you. Toby Moskowitz. No vote. Morton Needleman.
Yes.
Thank you. Rabbi Niederman. No vote. Karen Nieves.
Yes.
Thank you, Karen. Mario Domerick. No vote. Janice Peterson.
Yes.
Thank you. Dana Racklin. Bella Sable. Bella Sable.
Yes.
Thank you. Isaac Sofer.
Yes.
Thank you, Isaac. Robert Solano.
Yes.
Thank you, Rob. James Stewart. Del Teague.
Yes.
Thank you, Del. Tommy Torres. No vote. William Vega.
Yes.
Thank you, William. Maria Vieta.
Yes.
Thank you, Maria. Stephen Weidberg. Simon Weiser.
Yes.
Thank you. $29 in the affirmative. Motion carries.
Yeah, thank you. So the next is just a heads up about the Greenpoint Hospital redevelopment. We had hoped that maybe we could do some kind of a vote on it before June, but we can't do anything on it until it is actually certified. So this is what we came up with. If the target date for certification is June 21st, that would mean that the public hearing would be before at our full board meeting in July. That same night, the committee would have to vote on it, and then the full board would vote on it. And we felt that since this is a project that the community board has been in favor of and has been asking for and fighting in favor of for so many years, that hopefully we'll be able to do that very night, and hopefully we won't then have to come back for a meeting in August. So that's just to give you a heads up on that. And then the last thing is just a little feedback on the 315 Berry Street, the BSA hearing. That's where they wanted to have that electric utility substation on the roof. Steve Chesler listened in on the BSA hearing, and he just wanted to let us know that the BSA had some of the very same concerns we had about the problems with the landlord and the tenants and the safety of installing the system on a residential building, and also the structural integrity of the building. The chairperson at BSA actually found information about a very quickly spreading fire in 2019 caused by a similar system. So the applicant was told to come back with additional data to support their application. So we don't often get feedback on what happens after we make a recommendation, and we thought that it was, everybody would like to hear about that. And that's it for my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Dale.
The next meeting is June 1st. I think originally it was supposed to be June 7th, but then we realized that was the day before the full board, so it's been changed to June 1st.
Thank you, Dale. Transportation, Eric.
And Madam Chair, if people could mark their calendars accordingly, per Dell's comments, we will be having a July 13th full board meeting.
Okay, that means no vacation on that week. So plan accordingly. Thank you. Eric?
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Just going to try to run through this as quickly as I can. Can everybody hear me? Okay.
A little bit.
Okay, sorry.
Very low.
Yeah, slow.
Okay. I mean, how's that?
A
Better?
little better, not much.
All right, I'll yell. All right, so just Carolyn Maloney, Representative Maloney, came to the Transportation Committee meeting. She listed a bunch of things that she's working on, but the most important things for our community was that we now have a vaccination center at 211 Ainsley. And she also was able to secure funding for North Brooklyn Angels to deliver food to our neighbors. Then we went into, this came later, but it was first on the agenda. We had a street co-naming in honor of Detective Barbara Taylor Burnett for her service to the community and New York City during the September 11th attacks. DOT does not do co-namings for living persons, but through Councilman Antonio Reynoso's office, we've been working with the family. They reached out to Jerry directly, and we thought it would be a good gesture to approve the co-naming so she and her family can enjoy it as she suffers through serious health impacts from 9/11. And the committee voted unanimously in favor of that. So I'll run through the report, and then we'll do all votes at the end if that's okay with everybody. Second item. Sorry.
We lost you.
Second item. Got me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, you need to speak louder.
All right. Second item was the Meeker presentation that you saw in brief tonight. And you also heard the comments, so I won't go into that. It was fairly similar to what we discussed, but there's more to talk about as the project moves forward. We had an open streets discussion that ended abruptly after one of our members was threatened in the chat. And just just a point to how negative everything is with open streets in the community right now. And I had hoped that we could impanel a subcommittee to get to it, but according to the bylaws, you've seen the email from the chair, so we will respect the chair not to impanel that committee. But June 2nd meeting will be the last time that the item appears as a formal item on the Transportation Committee. Obviously, it'll be up for old business in the future, or if there's a specific item that we need to discuss. But I'll work with stakeholders and with committee members to reach out and have a productive final meeting, and hopefully refer it to our elected officials to step in and mediate the situation before it gets any uglier. And then we had a discussion on the fatality of Shimon Fried, and we made a couple different. We voted on a letter to send to the 9-0, the Chief of Transportation, and the District Attorney Gonzalez's special office that he's made to the Street Safety Bureau to address fatalities. And then the Transportation Committee also voted on a measure to make it a formality that for any fatalities that are traffic related, that will automatically trigger a letter to the responding precinct, the Chief of Transportation, and the Brooklyn DA to get back to us on status of the investigation. And Vice Chair Weiser also brought up that we should be looking at unresolved investigations. So we also voted on a letter to the same, both our precincts and the same to get an update on everything from January of 2019 until the present. So, so that was the meeting in a nutshell. I'll run through through what we need to vote on. The first item, which passed unanimously without objection or abstention, was the co-naming to approve a co-naming of Shoal Street in honor of Detective Barbara Taylor Burnett for her service to the Williamsburg community and the city at large during and after the 9/11 terrorist attack. And I need a vote. Motion.
I
Sonia?
motion.
Second, Sonia.
Who made the motion?
William Vega.
Okay, Vega and Iglesias, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Gina Argento. Ogden Bakarowski. Lisa Bamonte.
Yes. What are you voting on?
Gina Barros.
Yes.
Tian Brooks.
Yes.
Eric Brisadis. Eric.
Yes.
Tom Burrows.
Yes.
Iris Cabrera. Phil Caponegro.
Yes.
Frank Carbone.
Yes.
Stephen Chesler.
Yes.
Michael Churchella. Teresa Cinciata. Giovanni D'Amato.
Yes.
Erin Drinkwater.
Yes. Yes.
Arthur Dibinowski. Arthur. T. Willis Elkins.
Yes.
Julia Amanda Foster. Joel Goldstein. Joel Gross. Sonia Iglesia.
Yes.
Moisha Indig. Bozina Kaminsky.
Yes.
Avram Katz. William Klagsbold. Ryan Coonan.
Yes.
Yoel Landau. Marie Lianza.
Yes.
Abraham Leibovitz. Yoel Lowe. Trina McKeever.
Yes.
Sante Maselli.
Abstain.
Toby Moskowitz. Martin Needleman. Martin Needleman.
Sorry, I mean, yes.
Thank you, Marty. Rabbi Needleman. Karen Nieves.
Yes.
Mary O'Domrock. Janice Peterson.
Yes.
Dana Racklin. Bella Sable.
Yes.
Isaac Sofer.
Yes.
Robert Solano. Rob Solano.
Robert Solano, yes.
Thank you. James Stewart. Del Teague.
Yes.
Tommy Torres. William Vega.
Yes.
Maria Vieta.
Yes.
Maria Vieta. Thank
Yes.
you. Stephen Weinberg. Simon Weiser.
I'm sorry, was this for the letter for the accident?
This is
Like,
for
I got cut.
this is for a tribute for a police officer.
Oh, yes, sure. Yes, sorry. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
A woman police officer.
Still a police officer.
Yeah.
$26 in the affirmative, 0 no, 1 abstention by Mr. Maselli. Motion carries.
Great, thank you. And so the next 5 votes were all passed unanimously without abstentions or objections. Would it be in order for me to list them and then we could vote them in a package just in the interest of time?
Chair, can I make a comment, Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, wasn't there an issue of the open street? There was a vote on that as well. You don't bring that up for the vote as well?
Yes, Simon. We did vote unanimously to impanel a subcommittee. However, according to the bylaws,
I'm not talking about that one. I'm talking about Maria Dominic's motion to
that motion failed.
eliminate. Say it again.
That motion failed.
So you don't bring up the full board?
It's in the report.
Not if a motion
Yeah, but
fails
don't-
in, not if a motion fails in committee. It's referenced
Oh.
in his report, but it doesn't come to the full board if it fails in committee. And that applies for all
I see.
committees.
Okay.
Thank you, Jerry.
Sorry.
That's okay. So, Madam Chair, are you fine with voting as a block for these? I'll explain the motion and then they will all
Eric,
pass
Eric,
unanimously.
excuse me, Eric, I'm gonna need you to speak louder so people can hear what they're voting on. I can't hear you.
Okay. So, but fine. But just my question is, I have 5 more items to vote on, and if we're going to do roll call, it's going to be a long night. So, can we vote all in one block?
If you make it clear what people are voting on and they understand what they're voting
Very good.
on.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so first item, motion carried from the last meeting was to support the community's recommendations under the Make Meeker Move plan under the BQE. In motion, approve the New York City DOT Meeker Avenue Safety Improvement Plan with a detailed statement of the necessity for metered parking. Third item, Community Board should draft a letter to the 90th Precinct Commander, the Kings County District Attorney Eric Gonzalez Street Safety Bureau, and the Chief of Transportation Kim Royster to update the board on the status of the Shimon Freed traffic fatality. Fourth item, in the case of any traffic fatality within Community District 1, the Transportation Committee shall request that Community Board 1 draft a letter to the responding pre-commander, Kings County District Attorney Eric Gonzalez Street Safety Bureau, and the Chief of Transportation Kim Royster or their successors to update the board on the status of their investigation. And the last item is to, oh, sorry. And, oh, shoot. Okay. Oh, sorry. I got it. Hang on.
I think you might have to do them separately, Eric.
Why?
Because they're
Okay, so here-
complicated.
Oh God. All right. Well, here's the 6th one, and the Transportation Committee shall review all outstanding requests to NYPD from January 2019 to April 2021 regarding traffic fatalities or other traffic accident investigations, and request that Community Board 1 draft a letter to update the board on the status of these investigations.
Does anyone have an issue with any particular one?
Yeah, I do. I'm not the one with the parking meter.
Right.
I don't want to vote on a package and have.
Me
that-
too. Me too.
Yeah,
Me too.
Okay.
Me
We don't
too.
have to do it separate, Eric, because there's too many issues. And if we vote, and in my opinion, if people vote no, it's for the whole package. And they
Yeah.
might not want to vote.
Can
no
we
on the
pull
whole
the
package.
one with the parking issue?
Madam
Parking,
Chair,
One out. with
Oh,
the-
one at a time.
Madam Chair, this is Bożena Kamiński. I would like to make a motion to approve the committee recommendation and take the parking meter under the meeker and vote on that separately.
No, we
Second.
don't have to do them separate. There's too many issues.
But I don't think anybody has an issue with anything except the parking meter.
They might.
That's right.
We're
Okay.
wasting time.
no.
Oh my God.
It's okay.
Can we do acclamation at least? Can we?
No,
can we-
because I have to record how each member votes. How could we do it by acclamation?
Okay.
Wait, gotta do
Got
roll
it. All right,
call.
no problem. All right, so first item is left over from last month to approve the community. Sorry, wait 1 second. Approve. No, we did that one. Sorry. Support the community's recommendations under the Make Meeker Move plan under the BQE, which passed without a quorum last month, but we needed to finish it this month.
Make a motion to approve. This is Willis Elkins.
I second it, William Vega.
I third it.
Can we have a roll call vote, please, Jerry?
Gina Argento, Bogdan Bakarowski, Lisa Bamonte,
Yes.
Gina Barros,
Yes.
Tion Brooks,
Yes.
Eric Brazedas,
Yes.
Thomas Burrows,
No.
Iris Cabrera, Phil Caponegro,
No.
Frank Carbone,
Yes.
Stephen Chesler,
Yes.
Michael Chiricella, Teresa Cinciata, Giovanni D'Amato,
No.
Aaron Drinkwater,
Yes.
Arthur Dibinowski, T. Willis Elkins,
Yes.
Julia Amanda Foster, Joel Goldstein, Joel Gross, Sonia Iglesia,
No.
Moisha Indig, Rosanna Kaminsky,
Yes.
Avram Katz, William Klagsbold, Ryan Coonan,
Yes.
Yoel Landau, Marie Leanza,
No.
Abraham Leibovitz, Yoel Lowe, Trina McKeever,
Yes.
Sante Maselli,
No.
Toby Moskowitz, Martin Needleman,
No.
Rabbi Niederman, Karen Nieves,
Yes.
Mario Damerk, Janice Peterson,
No.
Dana Racklin, Bella Sable,
No.
Isaac Sofer, Robert Solano,
Abstain.
James Stewart, Del Teague,
No.
Tommy Torres, William Vega,
Yes.
Maria Vieira,
Sorry, but my phone, sorry, but I lost Wi-Fi and I couldn't hear what we were voting on. I apologize.
Does that mean you're staying?
I'm gonna have to, because I didn't hear what we were voting on.
Stephen Weidberg,
Abstain.
Simon Weiser,
No. No. You hear me, Simon?
Can hear you.
We hear you, Simon.
Thank you.
$13 yes, 10 no, 2 abstention, motion passes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, second item, to approve the ICDOT Meeker Avenue Safety Improvement Plan with a detailed statement of the necessity for metered parking. So that was the motion. We're approving, the majority, all the safety improvements that we've worked on, but we still want answers on the metered parking. Motion?
Motion to approve.
William Vega seconds.
Do we still have a quorum?
Are you asking for a quorum call?
Yeah.
No, let's have the vote and let's take the count when we do the vote.
Like you asked for it now in the middle of, you're going to withdraw it. There's not a quorum. There's only 30 people here.
Well, then can we not?
We just had a vote that passed. Can we just vote, please?
Well, there was a
Only 25 people.
there isn't a quorum.
No quorum, 25.
25 is a quorum.
I'm sorry, he's right. There was no quorum for that past vote. The motion fails.
It's only 25. We need
There's only
26.
25. We need 26.
Fantastic.
My-
Well, I just want to
my-
say that, like,
my
those who-
back.
full, everybody came to the transportation committee on the 4th. Everybody that's on the committee came and voted on all this stuff. So thanks to everybody that stayed, because
We can't hear you, Eric.
Yeah, you better be
well,
nice to us. We're
I'm
here.
just mad that, like,
And we're still
Steve
here,
made
so
the
you're gonna yell at
commitment
us.
to
We're gonna
this
vote on
board.
knowing everything.
Well, we can't vote on nothing else. We don't have a quorum. We're gonna have to close out this session. We're gonna have to close this meeting because we don't have a quorum. We can't do no more votes.
We can no longer vote. The board can continue as a committee of the whole if there are any other reports to make, but no votes can be taken, just like last month. No votes can be taken to even close the meeting. The meeting will be continued until June.
That's the last committee report.
We need to go back to a
Graceful.
drawing board because maybe there's too many things on the agenda and then we don't have enough of time for our committee report.
No, maybe people
This
can
is almost
stay.
12 o'clock.
Excuse
Maybe
me.
people can stay until the end of the meeting
Order.
because they made a commitment to this board, period.
I agree.
Well, I knew this was a long, Eric,
Good night.
I knew this was a long meeting. That's why I said we was going to the B room. That's why I had the speakers to speak 1 minute. I've done everything I could to make sure that this
I know,
meeting
Madam
was
Chair, and I
completed.
appreciate
But
that.
people have too many questions and have too many comments. People can make comments in this meeting that they made in their committee meeting. It's the comments that's being made.
Exactly.
I think this is Bożena Kamiński. I think it's unfair for this group and especially the committee members. They spend so much time. The Europe and Land Use Committee, we were over, I think over almost at midnight. So, everybody takes their own time and they go to the committee meetings, they participate. And now we cannot even approve the reports of that committee. It's just ridiculous. It's unfair, and we have to really, have those members, the board members, to participate at those meetings.
And then what if this was
We're preaching to the choir. We're preaching to the choir because everybody here is committed. It's the people that come for 15 minutes and drop out, or they don't come at all. And so, whatever. I don't know, whatever. It's the same old problem.
Maybe we should have a meeting with the attendance committee because it's something we need to verify. I mean, I'm
maybe
here.
we should. Where's the chair?
I'm sorry, we voted years ago, 9 o'clock, the meeting should be closed.
Oh, come on. No, that was because of swinging 60s. That was because of swinging 60s, and that doesn't matter.
No,
There's
9
business
o'clock, we have to
before
close
this
the
board
meeting.
that needs to
Wrong.
vote.
Calm down, everybody. Calm down.
You can't expect everybody to stay too late. Wrong. I'm sorry. We have commitments.
Are you
it's
kidding?
10 o'clock, it's 10:30.
I don't want a late meeting either, but if we're going to make this commitment, Simon, then we have to live up to the commitment that we make to this community, and that is to stay until the end of the meeting, period.
Well, no, we have
There
to
should
make
even be
the, we have to make the
discussion. What are we
meeting.
talking about, 10
Well,
hours out of your month?
Willis said that there's
Calm down,
26
calm down.
members. There is 26 members. Willis just put in the chat. So what is the number? How many people are there?
Jared did a roll call vote, and that's how we know we got a quorum. After he counted the number and looked back, he realized we didn't have a quorum.
There are
So
26
people might
board
be
members.
listed, but they're not there.
Let's do a
Or they
quorum.
didn't answer.
Then it's a no
Do a
vote.
quorum count,
You can
please.
do a quorum vote.
We
Quorum
don't know
vote.
where they are.
Make a motion to do a quorum vote.
Motion for a quorum vote.
I
Second
took-
motion.
If I have to be honest, I counted before and there were 25. If somebody comes in and out, it's not fair either.
Okay, let's do a quorum, Jared, let's do a quorum roll call and see if we have a quorum.
Shouldn't be arguing with each other. We're still here.
This is a quorum call at 11:24 p.m. on 5/11/21. Gina Argento, Bogdan Bakarowski, Lisa Bamonte.
I'm here.
Thank you, Lisa. Gina Barros.
You're welcome.
Here.
Thank you, Gina. Tian Brooks.
Here.
Thank you. Eric Brusadas. Thank you. Tom Burrows.
I'm here.
Iris Cabrera. Phil Caponegro.
Here.
Frank Carbone.
Here.
Stephen Chesler.
Here.
Michael Chiricello. Teresa Cinciata. Giovanni D'Amato.
Here.
Aaron Drinkwater.
Here.
Arthur Dibinowski. T. Willis Elkins.
Here.
Julia Amanda Foster. Chairperson Fuller.
Here.
Joel Goldstein. Joel Gross. Sonia Iglesia.
Here.
Moisha Indig. Ozina Kaminsky.
I'm here.
Avram Katz. William Klagsbold. Ryan Coonan.
Here.
Yoel Landau. Marie Lianza.
Here.
Abraham Leibovitz. Yoel Lowe. Trina McKeever.
I'm here.
Sante Maselli.
I'm here. I'm here.
Toby Moskowitz. Martin Needleman.
Here.
Rabbi Niederman. Karen Nieves.
Here.
Mario Domaruk. Janice Peterson. Janice Peterson. No response. Dana Racklin. Bella Sable.
I'm here.
Thank you, Bella. Isaac Sofer. Robert Solano. James Stewart. Robert Solano.
Here, I'm here. I'm here.
Thank you, sir. James Stewart. Del Teague.
Here.
Tommy Torres. William Vega.
Here.
Maria Vieta.
Here, present.
Thank you. Stephen Weidberg. Simon Weiser. Simon Weiser.
Here.
Thank you. "26 members present. We have a quorum. Now, just going back to, I have so many pieces of paper piled up over here. Okay, so let me just clarify something because it's late and I think that Eric's motion, I believe, did pass because I believe we did have a quorum present at that time, because I did not call the vote of the chair, because the vote of Chair Fuller is only voted upon in the case of a tie. So even though the vote was 13 yes, 10 no, and 2 abstentions, which is 13, 23, 25, we did have 26 members present at the time. So I apologize for that. So Eric's motion, and everything just fell on the floor again. Eric's motion of the Transportation Committee to approve the Make Meeker Move plan was approved with a vote of 13 yes, 10 no, 2 abstentions, and 1 non-voting chair of the board. So
Awesome.
we still have a quorum, Eric. We could move on.
Okay, let's go quick. All right, so to second motion to, and I'm sorry, everybody. Second motion, approve the NYC DOT Meeker Avenue Safety Improvement Plan with a detailed statement of the necessity for metered parking.
Motion to approve.
I second it, William Vega.
Roll call vote, please.
Give me 1 second, please. I dropped everything on the floor.
No problem. Just nobody leaves. Nobody leaves.
I'm worried about my.
I wouldn't leave.
Hurry up, hurry up.
This is the best party in Brooklyn right now.
Eric, did you
Party.
say the necessity for metered parking? Was that part of it?
Can you repeat the motion, please, Eric?
Yes. Approve the NYC DOT Meeker Avenue Safety Improvement Plan with a detailed statement of the necessity for metered parking.
So we want metered parking?
No, we want an explanation from DOT as to its necessity. We want a detailed statement.
Why don't we just say why they want metered parking? To say the necessity of metered parking.
No,
So
because, okay, all right.
Wouldn't
well,
we be better carving it out, Eric? You know, if you ask them for a detailed necessity for it, you know they're going to come up with it.
they're going to make up something.
They're going to make up something. Let's just
We need it.
Excuse me, guys.
One
I'm
at a
losing my
time.
connection.
Hello,
Come on.
one person at a time, please.
Can I explain?
Losing my connection.
Okay, quickly. The presentation was very long, and they do have they have a justification for their metered parking, but we requested more information from them. If you want to just do a vote on approving the plan for the safety measures, that's fine with me. And then we'll do another. I'm not even going to ask for another vote for the justification for the parking, and we'll do that next month or whatever, because they're not even going to get to it until, next year. So
you want to table that?
well,
You
just
say we
just
don't
the
want
justification
metered
for the parking, but not the safety improvements.
You want to table the parking?
He wants to carve out the parking.
Thank you,
You
Jerry.
just said we don't want the parking.
I make a motion.
Metered
I
parking.
can make a motion.
Go ahead.
I'll make a motion to support DOT's Meeker Avenue safety improvement project, carving out the parking. Is that okay?
I second that motion. Rob Solano seconds that motion.
I'm tired. I'm sorry.
You mean carving out the question about the metered parking, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So we're getting rid of all parking now.
Isn't there already a
no,
motion
no,
and a
no,
second
no.
on
No,
the
no,
floor?
no.
Robert, I mean, don't we have to take that back first? I'm just saying, if we go back and read the minutes, wasn't there a motion put and second? And then someone asked to read what we were voting on, but that's where we were.
Right. So we're technically supposed to make an amendment to our voted on motion.
Right.
And no, my intent is not to remove all the parking. My intent was to take out that part of us asking DOT for what is the necessity out of it. Just leave that out and just approve the safety aspect.
So we're not going to
Great.
comment on parking at all?
Yes,
How-
but
How can we
it's
vote
not going
this
to happen
way?
right away.
They'll start installing it tomorrow.
No,
They're
How can we
already
vote this
doing
way?
it over here by me.
They'll put meters
They
in
already put
tomorrow.
poles up.
Oh my God! Did you read my report, Tom?
Yes. They're going to do it anyway. They don't care. They went and cleaned the homeless without telling us.
Now Eric sounds like Tom. Read the report.
You can't trust DOT.
But then they said they wanted to clean it out and start putting parking in there immediately? The
Yeah.
meters?
No, they're starting it at the bridge, the Kosciuszko Bridge, and they're moving east. So they won't even get to the. He even said it tonight. They probably won't even get to Humboldt until sometime later.
They already put up the posts at the other end.
Yes, I know, but that's when they did that, and we got after them
Wasting
back in
time,
October,
guys.
and then it
All
stopped.
right. I don't know what you guys want to do. We gotta move forward.
Good night.
I'm losing connection, guys. Hurry.
Just need one more person to leave.
I'm losing connection. It's gonna be me. Hurry up.
And me.
Or me any minute now.
I mean, if you got like, it was on and seconded. If no one's gonna do an amendment, like we have to do the vote, right? I mean, someone put up their amendment or whatever. Let's vote. Or
Karen
not,
did.
but I mean, there was a whole committee meeting about this and it passed unanimously with Simon, with all these, everyone was here. Mary
Okay,
voted for
Ryan.
it.
Okay, Ryan, let's cut through the chase and get to the vote.
And we're not done beating them up about the parking. That's not over. That conversation is not over. But the safety improvements need to start happening. It's 10 years we've been talking about this.
I rescind my motion and I recommend us go with the original motion.
In about a minute, I'm gonna drive it.
I
to a
second.
garage where I'm gonna lose.
Thank you.
Again.
So
Not-
we're
then my vote is-
essentially letting them get away with the metered parking with the original motion.
No, we're not.
No,
Yes,
we're
we
asking
are.
for
Sounds
clarity.
like
All they
we're
have
letting
to
them
do-
put
Oh,
parking in.
God.
All they have to
Del.
do is give us some statement that says they need it.
Okay,
Yep.
so Del, then make an amendment to our original motion right now. Somebody then make an amendment. That will satisfy you.
No metered parking.
No metered parking.
That's it.
Just no metered parking.
That's it. Say that. We
We
agree with
approve
the,
all the safety measures but we do not approve metered parking.
fine. I second that.
I third that.
Or
Say no metered parking, do you mean no parking
Yes.
at all?
No metered parking.
No meter,
metered
meter.
parking.
No metered,
That
metered.
means we want, so it's no.
Free parking.
With parking. just
The
metered
only,
parking?
but the only problem
Well,
there
that's the way
is
it
that
is.
in order to put in place all the safety measure, there may be intervention that may affect parking anyway or other issue of traffic. And what I'm trying to say, without seeing a project as a whole, it's kind of difficult to vote say yes, just exclude the car. You know, that's my
There's a
feeling.
motion on the floor. This isn't discussion time. We had a meeting. Like, again, we have a motion and an amendment. Is someone seconding the amendment of no metered parking? Let's vote.
I second.
I
I
second
second.
it.
no metered parking.
I second. I second.
Roll call vote.
I don't mind.
You have to make clear what we're voting on.
Oh, please, you're gonna drive me crazy over here.
We are approving all of the safety measures, but we do not want metered parking.
Correct.
So it's an
No
amendment.
meter parking. Let's vote.
Clear about that. You have to make, that allows parking, but no metered car.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Sounds like otherwise, no
Yes.
parking at all.
That's what
They
mine are.
could remove all the cars too, as a safety measure. They could remove all the parking without even. a
We have
meter.
no place to
No,
park.
but they haven't
Okay,
recommended
Problem.
moving the parking.
They're gonna-
Metered parking.
They're gonna leave the car over here and don't.
Hold on, everybody,
Taking
hold
out
on.
the parking, they're metering the parking.
Hello, a motion has been made that we accept the project with the safety measures, but no metered parking. And we have
Yeah,
a
but
second
the-
on that.
But the
So can
point
we have
is,
a roll call vote?
but
I have
think,
second.
I think Tom's point was that you have to state to allow free parking, or else it could be said, and I think it was Mr. Vega. I don't want to put words in anybody's mouth, but it's hard to hear through the cross discussions. But I thought I heard that they might remove if you say approve all the safety measures, that they might say that they removed all of the parking as a safety measure.
Right, so it's Del, because I made what I meant. to
Okay,
say
it's free
was
parking.
But we are against metered parking, but we do want the free parking.
So allow the current parking to continue. Right.
They
And maintain
free.
the current parking.
Free.
And no metered parking.
Allow the current parking to continue free of charge.
Yes.
Yes.
And do not remove the existing parking that they are now.
Well, that's why I said allow the
That
free
covers it
parking
all.
to continue.
Yeah,
That covers it all.
To put in the bike.
Hold on, I need to point something out, Sante. The removal of parking is to allow for the pedestrian and bike path in one section. It's only one section that they're removing the parking.
They said they were reducing it by half.
Yes. But maybe you can have free parking for 2 hours
Oh.
or 3 hours, but not for a whole day.
We've had discussion. There's been like,
Oh
we
my
have
God.
to, you guys should have come to the meeting to discuss this. It was discussed
Yeah.
4 hours. There's votes on. Let's vote it up or down or someone leave. Like, come on, this is silly.
Yeah.
We had
Madam-
discussion.
Madam
I
Chair,
agree.
can we hear before the vote from the chairman of the committee? Because it's crucial. They spend so much time on this subject.
Yes,
And
say
we
yes
are
to
going
everything.
back and forth, and they are fully aware what's going on. They have dealt with the departments, and we want to know. So Eric, please tell us, what is the committee recommendation, and can we make a wise decision, at this later hour?
Okay, so I'll thank you very much, Bozina. I will try to be as brief as I can. That there is a long justification in this whole plan. This is a very detailed plan. We are breaking this down into like small parts, but the reason that we're asking for the justification for the parking is because they're saying they need the parking to justify regular maintenance, right? So we take issue with that, but all the safety measures, everybody, all the cranky people love the safety measures, and they all voted unanimously for the safety measures. But we still are not going to give up on beating them up on the metered parking. We have the opportunity to do that. And so the reason the motion is made as it is so that we can keep them on point about talking about the metered parking. And that's why the motion was made in the committee the way it was, and that's why it was voted unanimously by everybody that is on the committee. So that's it in a nutshell. Can we vote now?
Listen, the motion, like you say, all you're doing is you're telling them they have to come up with a statement. If we don't want the metered parking, I think we should say,
No, it's more detailed.
allow free parking
No,
and
no
no
parking.
metered parking. And
It's
that's
got to be
what it
clear.
Fine. Fine. The motion is as seconded is fine. Let's just vote on it.
The vote is gonna be with free parking, right?
Yes.
Free parking, no metered parking.
Okay, well, I like the way Jerry phrased it. I think that makes more sense.
How
Okay.
was that, Jer?
I agree.
Great.
That's fine with me.
Fine with me. Let's go.
Me too.
My glass slippers are falling off my feet.
I think everybody's about ready to get up and move. You're gonna lose somebody. We keep sitting here.
I have to take the trash out.
Go,
I
Jeff.
think, I think Eric should repeat the motion so everybody's clear, please.
Oh,
Okay.
God.
Okay. It's not my motion.
Are you repeating it with the recommendation that Jerry made?
Yes.
Oh, I'm only vaguely remembering it. So now, approve the New York
Eric, can you
State
move closer to your microphone?
to approve the NYC DOT Meeker Avenue Safety
Can't
Improvement.
hear you.
Fuck.
That I heard.
That we heard.
That we heard.
That you can hear. Okay, so approve the NYC DOT Meeker Avenue Safety Improvement Plan and retain the free parking. How's that?
Good.
I second that. Let's go,
It's already seconded. Can we just vote now?
please.
Yes. I'm gonna pass out. Yeah.
Harry.
Don't
Yeah,
pass out
Jerry.
yet.
Wait on the board chair to call for a vote.
I'm sorry. A motion's been made in second. So we have a roll call vote. Who made the motion? Was it Rob?
With that, yeah.
It was
No.
Jen.
And
Who
Dale
seconded?
did it.
William Vega second.
Oh,
Okay, motion been made by Rob, second by Vega, that we put in keep parking as much as free.
Gina
Roll call vote,
Argento.
please.
Gina Argento. Bogdan Bakarowski. Lisa Bamonte.
Yes.
Gina Barros.
Yes.
Tian Brooks.
Yes.
Eric Brusadas.
Yes.
Tom Burrows.
Yes.
Iris Cabrera. Phil Caponegro.
Yes.
Frank Carbone.
Yeah.
Stephen Chesler.
Yes.
Michael Chiricella. Teresa Cinciata. Giovanni D'Amato.
Yes.
Aaron Drinkwater.
Yes.
Arthur Divinowski. T. Willis Elkins.
Yes.
Julia Amanda Foster. Joel Goldstein. Joel Gross. Sonia Iglesia.
Yes.
Sonia Iglesia.
Yes. Yes.
Moisha Indig. Bozena Kaminsky.
Yes.
William Klagsbold. Ryan Coonan.
Yes.
Yoel Landau. Marie Lianza.
Yes.
Abraham Leibovitz. Yoel Lowe. Trina McKeever.
Yes.
Sante Maselli.
Yes.
Toby Moskowitz. Martin Needleman.
Yes.
Rabbi Niederman. Karen Nieves.
Yes.
Martin, Mario Domerick. Janice Peterson. Janice Peterson. Dana Racklin. Bella Sable.
Yes.
Isaac Sofer. Robert Solano. Robert Solano.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
James Stewart. Del Teague.
Yes.
Tommy Torres. William Vega.
Yes. William Vega, yes.
Tommy Torres? No. Maria Vieira.
Yes.
Stephen Weiser. Simon Weiser.
Yes.
$25 yes. 0 no, 0 abstention. Chair Fuller does not vote. So we had a quorum, 26 members, motion carries.
Thank you,
Fantastic.
Darren.
Thank you. Okay,
Is that
so
it, Eric?
can we vote on all these letters to like get information on the traffic deaths as one thing? Is there any controversy with that?
I make a motion on those letters. No controversy.
I second the motion. Sonia, second.
Phil Caponegro.
Sonia.
Okay,
Just all say yes.
motion been made by Rob, second by Sonia. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
I hate to say this, but you have to repeat the motion so we have it on the record. Which of the
Oh, I'm
letters
sorry, to
that?
send the letter to getting
What-
inquiries about
what are the-
accidents.
Well,
It's the letter about the accidents, and what are the other items?
yes. Letter for the Shimon Freed fatality.
Okay.
As operating for Transportation Committee to recommend a letter to the board for any fatalities going forward, and to get an update from all the respected agencies from January 2019 to the present on fatalities and serious accidents.
Okay. Madam Chair,
Okay, roll call vote.
and that was first, that was made by you, Eric. Who was the second?
Rob Solano.
Rob,
Rob Solano? All right.
No.
No, I'm sorry.
Made by Rob and second
Rob
by
and
Sonia.
Sonia.
Rob made the first
Sonia.
and Sonia Iglesias made the second. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Gina Argento, Bogdan Bakarowski, Lisa Bamonte,
Yes.
Gina Barros,
Yes.
Tian Brooks,
Yes.
Eric Brusadas. Eric?
But we can't hear you, Eric.
Yes.
Thomas Burrows. You only get one vote, Eric. Thomas
Yes.
Burrows.
Yes. Yes.
Iris Cabrera. Phil Caponegro,
Yes.
Frank Carbone,
Yes.
Stephen Chesler,
Yes.
Michael Chiricella, Teresa Cinciata, Giovanni D'Amato,
Yes.
Aaron Drinkwater,
Yes.
Arthur Dibinowski, T. Willis Elkins,
Yes.
Julia Amanda Foster, Joel Goldstein, Joel Gross, Sonia Iglesia,
Yes.
Moisha Indig, Bozina Kaminsky,
Yes.
Avram Katz, William Klagsbold, Ryan Coonan,
Yes.
Yoel Landau, Marie Lianza,
Yes.
Abraham Leibovitz, Yoel Lowe, Trina McKeever,
Yes.
Sante Maselli,
Yes.
Toby Moskowitz, Martin Needleman,
Yes.
Rabbi Niederman, Karen Nieves,
Yes.
Mary Odamaruk, Janice Peterson, Dana Racklin, Bella Sable,
Yes.
Isaac Sofer, Robert Solano,
I'm here. I'm yes.
yes, James Stewart, Del Teague,
Yes.
Tommy Torres, William Vega, William Vega. Give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down. I could see you, but I can't hear you.
Yes, yes, yes.
Thank you, William. Maria Vieira,
Yes.
Stephen Weidberg, Simon Weiser.
Yes.
Thank you. $25 yes, 0 no, 0 abstention. Chair doesn't vote, so motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry.
Thank you, everybody. And I really do, I apologize to everybody for losing my mind. I'm sorry, but it was a long week with all this stuff. So thank you, everybody. Good night.
You're welcome.
Hold on.
Eric.
Before we close the committee report, I have to say something. I don't know if we need a motion for it or if this is something that just the board can do. But in light of what happened at the committee, it was absolutely disgusting what happened in the chat. Our board members were being threatened. Ryan was attacked, board members were being attacked, and I understand that the community wants transparency, and I agree about transparency. They should be able to see who's on these meetings, but when it comes to the chat, I'm sorry, as soon as that gets out of hand and people start attacking people, it needs to stop. Our board members should not be threatened by anyone. And if this was in person, obviously it wouldn't have happened. But my point is, if there is a way that we could close chat once things start getting out of hand, I know there's a dashboard with WebEx, but the committee chairs need to have the power to close the chat down. This should not be happening, and I was appalled, and I'm so sorry for our fellow board members that had to go through that. So I don't know if I need a motion for that, or that's just something that the chair, Chair Fuller, if you could allow the committee members, chairs to have access to the dashboard to stop the chat, to close chat when necessary.
I don't know if the chat can be shut down. We'll have to
I
ask
don't-
IT.
Yeah, I don't know either. I don't
it was-
believe
It was in the-
there's a way to do it.
It was in the training when we did. I think Sante can or Tion can speak to it. When we did the online training, there was a whole discussion on monitoring chat, and a person can get put in a timeout, then they can get banned, and then they can get thrown out. It 100% was part of that training by WebEx.
I don't know if it was the chat, but I don't know if it was exactly the chat. What we can do, we can go to the IT guy. We can talk to the IT guy.
Karen, are
can't
you
give you a-
suggesting shutting the whole chat down or just ousting?
That's
the
what she
people that are-
suggested.
No. There is the WebEx guy said in order to make sure that no hate speech happens, that the people that have the dashboards, which typically has just been, I think, Jerry, that there's a whole thing where you can put and someone can get timed out. So we say, hey, your speech, you're not staying on topic, whatever the rules of the chat are, they can be given a 15-minute timeout. Then the moderator can go in and say, hey, are you calmed down? And if they come back in, if they violate rules again, they can get banned from the meeting. And like, there's a whole process to deal with hate speech. And
I know if somebody becomes out of line, they can be moved out into the lobby. I don't know if the chat can be shut down. We're talking about the chat.
No, but that's what we're talking about, is moving the people out from chat that are harassing people or being like out into the lobby. That's all they're asking for permission to do.
Yes, that's fine. As long as the chairs have access to it, or the moderator, whomever, it has to be. We cannot have this behavior anymore during our meetings.
Just to clarify, also the chat information will remain there. So even if the person's removed, whatever hate speech they had in the chat will still appear because it's a pinned only. So just keep that in mind with the chat, that all of the messaging will still be there.
Yeah, all of that stays on, it's alive. We'll check with the IT guy about the chat, and we'll look into moving people out into the lobby when they get out of line.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
You're welcome. Is there anything else on that? Anybody else got anything they want to add to that? Okay, the next item is Parks Department as written. That concludes our reports. Can I have a motion to adjourn?
Sonia.
No adjourns.
Shit. I'm sorry. This is Bożena Kamiński. Before we adjourn, I just want to mention one thing that happened at the Father Popiełuszko Square. I know all of the board members received the information about it, and you know, we are very concerned about the safety and what is going on in our neighborhood. And the Polish community is very, very disturbed about that. So I just want to, I know we spoke tonight with everything, and
You're going in and out, Bożena. You're disturbed about what?
No, I'm talking about the Father Popiełuszko Square desecration and putting the swastikas and all this hate things on the statue of the priest that was fighting the communist regime in Poland, and he was actually killed. We reach out to 94 precinct, and they already started the investigation of the hate, investigation in a community. And I thank you for sharing that with all the board members, because I sent that information to CB1. And I will keep you updated on all the issues that concern to this matter, as much as I can. And thank you.
Bożena, I noticed that your information comes in Polish and it's not in English. So I see it, but I can't read it.
No, it is in English. It has a Polish and English. It's two flyers.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Is there anything else? Motion to adjourn.
Motion, Sonia.
Also a lot of
Okay.
motions.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Thank you for your patience.
Good night, everybody.
Good night. Good night.
Everybody be safe.
Bye.
Let's stay on 3 more minutes to midnight.
Peace out, homies.
Well,
Bye.
you gotta be home before midnight. Gotta be home before midnight.
That's my bedtime. Good night.